Top of the morning, traders, and happy Tuesday, February 17th. Welcome to the Most Value Pack Live Trading Show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great long weekend, is ready to kick off another opportunity filled day. It's going to be a short week this week. We do have a handful of catalysts. We did have an orange folder catalyst this morning. Let the market digest the data, shake off the rust, maybe ease your way into the week. Don't try to just be full porting right off the open. Ease your way into the week, look for your setups, get your environmental reads, and look to take advantage of the best opportunities. Folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. Our last video did get a lot of views, so a lot of you are tuning in and enjoying the content. So do me a favor, smash the like button, and let's jump right into the program. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join us for our jam-packed, value-packed pre-market stream, along with access to all the resources in our private community by clicking the link pinned in the chat, and you should be good to go. All right. So daily open for today. I'm not sure why the wicks are white. Sometimes the indicators reset. So give me a second, guys. PML, PMH. We're at PMH already, guys. PMH is 681.02. 681.02. Daily open. 680.17. 680.17. Daily open, weekly open, that stays the same, guys. That stays the same. Good morning, good morning, good morning. 50 likes, we'll do the giveaway. 50 likes, we'll do the giveaway. Okay, boom. We're good. Okay, so the number one question, strikers, is do we have enough fuel off of that initial tap into that buy area for us to push higher? VIX is below 22. VIX is below 22. We're above that PMH, 681.02. 681.02 is that PMH. Let's get that PMH marked out. PMH marked out. 5-minute orb army, you're on the clock, all right? Take a look at the contracts team. How are the contracts looking? Someone put the IV in the chat, all right? I can already see the IV, but I want you to get used to get into the habit of doing those things, guys. Those small things really matter. Okay, really matter. Okay, we're above that PMH. Can we hold above that PMH becomes the number one question. Can we hold above that PMH? Because if we can, the bulls might want to be rocking and rolling to kick off the week. PML is all the way at that 677.23. We're seeing the Qs above PMH. We're seeing IW above PMH. We're seeing the Dow above PMH. So it looks like we're seeing some synchronized buying the first couple of minutes off the open. So this is reserved for people who know how to trade the first couple of minutes off the open. Okay. A lot of trickery during that time. All right. See if we can hold above PMH. We are internal to prior day's range. Don't forget about that. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. 30, exactly. So 30 plus. So that means those contracts are going to be a little more pricey. Okay, so pick your spots wisely. Wait for your setups. POC 680.74, getting some pushback. So far we've been repelling off of that. We've been repelling off of that PMH. All right, so far. All right, so we're officially open. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Appreciate it, Hero, on YouTube. So put in the chat what trades you're looking to take, guys. How many trades, what time, right? The more you do that, the more likely you are to stick to the plan and not go off the rails, all right? So my primary things I want to say we interact with PMH. As far as catalysts are concerned, we do have a handful of yellow folder catalysts. We did have Empire State Manufacturing numbers come out this morning. They came in a previous reading 7.7, forecast 6.4, and of course the actual 7.1. 2 to 3 trades thesis. Good. And what is encouraging is we're moving to the downside on the VIX. VIX is broke below that Broke below that 22 and it's starting to slide to the downside. 5-minute orb army. You're on the clock here shortly. So decide what kind of entry model you want to have. Okay, we're above that PMH. I want to see that PMH holds. That tells us a lot. We are starting to unlock that runway, team. That runway does look appealing. 5-minute orb army. We have 16 seconds left. So now we are unlocking that runway. Okay, we're seeing some synchronized buying off the open. Synchronized buying off the open. 50% retrace on the daily. That's going to give us a little bit of a hard time. So that 5-minute orb is going to coincide with that 50% retrace on that daily. See if we get a nice break above that. I want that PMH to hold. If we can come and tap that PMH, that'd be great. 5-minute orb army, ripple army first. We can do one of these maneuvers, I'll be there for it. Come tap into it a little bit. Right above us, we have that 680, the 680s. 682, we're right at 683 right above us. All the contracts are juicy. Orb army, if you took that, you're in. I'm looking at the 683, so I'm looking at the 683, see if you can get that hold. 5-minute orb army, if you take the ripple, you're in, manage accordingly. If you're waiting for the close, you're waiting. I like how the VIX is dumping. I like how the Qs are pumping. I like how the Dow is trying to pump. See if you can get a hold here. So you get a hold above those highs and continue to push. That's 50% retrace on that daily. Let this candle close. We'll take it. We'll take it from there. 15-minute orb army. You're not on the clock yet. Prior day close is right here as well. Prior day close is right here. All right. Preferably, if you can come into PMH, dip back to PMH, that'd be great. If it continues to go accelerate, get that nice close above it, we'll take it to the upside. See if you come back for a retest. The 5-minute candle looks good. See, we have some sort of retest. I don't want to get filled all the way up here, right? All right. I don't want to get filled all the way up there. Don't want to get filled all the way up there. If you did take the orb, you should be in the green. We do have a nice runway, guys, on the 15. All right, we do have a nice runway here into that rejection zone. So see if you can kind of pull back a little bit, come back and retest it. I'll be there. If you took that, beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Quick 430 off the open. Beautiful job, hero. Synchronized buying across the board. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone on YouTube. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. So you got a nice little retest between that daily 50% retrace prior day close and the top of that 5-minute orb. All those things in there. Starting to see a little bit of pushback on the IW. IW starting to get a little bit of pushback. If you scalp that, beautiful. Looking at the 683s, I want some sort of reaction off that level. I want the Qs, I want the VIX to continue to push. It's at that 21. So it's at that 21. So it might be out of room. So it needs to break through 21. I want to see price action combination in this territory. Price action combination in that territory. I want that 50% retrace to hold. I don't want that 5-minute candle to turn to a shooter. Okay, see if we get buyers to step in here. See if you get back above 681.50, 681.98. Because that does look like it wants to turn to a shooter. Okay, I'll take it right there. Okay, it didn't get filled. So fills will be tricky here. Couldn't get filled at 177. Cancel the order. Man, that was a nice bounce. Anyone took that bounce? If you took that bounce, that was gorgeous. That was a gorgeous bounce. Okay, that was a gorgeous bounce. And that one candle push, that was beautiful. We're moving about 90 cents per 5-minute candle. See if we can pull back a little bit. Couldn't get filled at 177. So I don't want to chase it. We are moving 90 cents per 5-minute candle. So those candles are moving. And look at this, guys. Just as quickly as it bounced, they're starting to push back the downside. Now the question becomes, guys, we need the Qs. We need the Qs. Not the Qs. We need the VIX to slice and dice through 21. We need the VIX to slice and dice through 21. If it starts to stall, if you took that bounce, all right, manage accordingly. Should be at double digits. If you're waiting for VWAP and PMH, you're in this territory. See, you get one more pull back in. Pull back in, that'd be great. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. 15-minute orb army on the clock in 4 minutes. That 15 looks bullish. That hourly looks bullish. We broke 4-hour structure as well. We need to slice and dice through 21. All right. This was a missed. Couldn't get filled here. If I did take this, I'll take a majority off at those very highs and then see if it can go. That'd be the protocol. That would be the protocol. Okay. Done for the day. 590 with that retrace reject on London 10-minute profit target, daily profit target 950. Beautiful job, Gary. A lot of you are done right away. That's beautiful. Retrace reject with the A+ setup. Gorgeous. Less is more, guys. Less is more. Less is always more. And if you're done, make sure you're done, guys. Make sure you are done. That 15 still looks solid. 2 minutes left. See if we can pull back slightly. The back and forth here, right? It's interesting. We need that to hold. The Dow's pulling back. We're seeing IW. IW came into that PMH, couldn't break out of it. See if we can come into the bottom end of this territory. The VIX needs to break below 21, guys. The VIX already hit its target. So if the VIX starts to bounce off 21, we can potentially start to slide back the downside. As we're sliding, I'm keeping a close eye in this territory here. In that territory there. Okay, we're back within that range. Q's pulling back. IW pulling back. IW went bearish engulfing. IW went bearish engulfing. And we can reclaim 691.98. We can reclaim 691.98 with significant strength. I'll take it back to the upside. If it starts to drop to the downside, I'll just let it drop. So I want some decisive reclaims. Looking at the 683s. On that note, we need the VIX to slice through 21. Any slowdown is not going to be good for the VIX. We went engulfing to the downside on the 5. Bearish engulfing. Everything is selling off here. Everything's selling off now. A synchronized selling led by the IWM. And now we're back at that PMH. How quick was that? VWAP is right there. PMH is right there. Let that selling finish up. Let the selling finish up here. And then now we're back below PMH. So we spent some time above PMH, got up a 50% retrace. There was a nice scalp there for the 5-minute orb army, if you're able to extract profits there. And now we're pushing back the downside and looking to target the other side of the orb. Just like that. And now look at that 15-minute candle, guys. Okay, that 15-minute candle above that PMH. All right, it's starting to turn into a shooter. Daily open 680.17, just like that. How quickly things change. We're back below VWAP. Waves are starting to get some pressure on them. If we can't hold back above that PMH, we can start to slice and dice the downside. That could be a nice pump fake. And look what the VIX is doing, guys. The VIX is bouncing. Other side of the orb coming up. Other side of the orb coming up. VIX is bouncing now, right off that 21. Okay. 15-minute orb army, 5-minute orb army. You're on the clock below this line. That daily open is right there. I'm looking at the 678s. If we had a nice clean breakdown. I like how the VIX is going north. Everything breaking down here, back below VWAP. Or below that daily open. See if you get a nice little bounce. I'll short that bounce. Okay. And then start to see if we can wick. That bounce can lose a little bit of its power. We'll look to short it. We're still within that range. If the bounce gets back above 681.02, then we get back into the middle of the range. So let's see if we can start to fade off of that PMH. That looks like they trigger the orb as well. So depends. So I want to see if we can hold below that PMH. Hold below that PMH. It leads us to the downside. I'll be there for the puts. I like that breakdown, how it's looking. More separation away from PMH. I want that VIX to continue to bounce off that 21. Okay. I want that to continue to push lower. Take the puts right here. Get them in the puts. Okay, go, go, go. See if you can trigger that orb right there. And my risk is going to be that PMH. Okay. I want that to continue to push. We can get some pushback here. There we go. Up 10. Take a majority off where I never need to. Up 16. Take a majority off right there at 16. Okay, babysit runners here. Beautiful. I want us to stay below here. Stay below that daily open. See if I continue to push. I want the VIX to continue to crank up. I want the VIX to continue to crank here. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. If it starts to fade, if we close back above that daily open on the 1, I'll close out. If it can't close back above that daily open, right, I'll hold. Runners already took profit, the majority off at 16. So let's see if I continue to push here. That 5-minute looks good. 15-minute looks good. But these bounces, that's the issue. The bounces are the issue. Still up 3-4%. See if we can hold below it. If we close back above that daily open on the 1, start to reverse, I'll close out. So see if we can fall back below it here. Fall back below it. Fall back below it. Okay, go, go, go. Because we're seeing the orb. Once it does take off, it goes. So see if I can sit through a little bit responsibly after taking profits and milk the milk runners. Okay, now there we go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Get to 679 here. We broke below 680, which is a major, major level here. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. How we doing, guys? TP where you need to, guys. Don't fall in love with the entire break. If we get a close back above this area, I'll close out because they might want to take it the other way. 680 strong. They're fighting. You don't want to be a casualty. All right, you want to have something to show for it at the end when it's all said and done. At peak, we did see 15, 16%. Okay, I'll close it right there. All right, for about 2, 3%. All right, so close it there. Don't want to give back. Don't want it to go negative. If it falls back below it structurally, I'll be there again. That's the first trade of the week. Great way to kick off the week. Great way to kick off the week for a first trade. If it falls back below it, I can re-engage. Falls back below it, I can re-engage for that retest. Oh, they just faked me out. Yeah. Yep. There you go. That's the fake out. Of course. Of course, of course, of course. Just a second late. A second later, it completely breaks down. But regardless, that was beautiful. Just one minute later. So if you took that breakdown, whatever you have for it, but that ties to, go back and see how that tied to that 21 bounce. Everything breaking down structurally. 680 breakdown. That was beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I wanted to enter again off of that break, but this break just completely collapsed. And you want to take that trade idea. If you took that trade idea, put a $ in the chat. So you should be up more than 50, 60%, maybe 100%, depends on where you are. Let's go, let's go, let's go. ERA, let's go, Jason. Firefly, hero. Hero's on fire. Okay, everything's selling off, guys. Everything's selling off. Synchronized selling. So they got a nice little pump fake. Trapped those bulls, and they just said goodnight. Okay, they said goodnight. So we can see on the 15 game plan chart, the main thing we were focusing on was if we have this runway above us, but we need that close on the 15 above it. If we can't get that, we start to structurally break. We start gravitating back towards that PML. So this might be a PMH to PML dash. All right, that's a beautiful, beautiful setup, guys. 107%. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. See if you get that nice little push back the upside. So now the breakdown took place. If you're looking for that continued push, just nice little flags back to the downside, flags to the downside. It's gonna be the best way to go. Because when we do start selling off, this thing sells off pretty aggressively. And the interesting thing here, guys, is we still have a little bit of room to that PML. And interesting enough, we have that daily downside breaker right there as well, and that weekly downside breaker. Once we break below this box, once we break below this area, that's 677.53. Right? Excuse me, we're below last week's lows. We're below last week's lows. Let's see if I can find another spot to re-enter. So now the VIX is, so this is why it was so important, guys. This was the runway. Right. The reason why I was a little skeptical to go short long term off those highs is because we're so close to that 21. Right. So it's so close. And it gets that bounce, it gets that structural break. So now for me to go short off those lows once again, we need that structural break above that 22. So as we're kind of hanging out at that 22, see if we can start to bounce. If we blast past 22, continue to sell off. If we blast past 22, continue to sell off. Got a piece of that. Good job. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. If you're in those runners, guys, I got shaken out there. All right, I want to re-enter. Hold those runners. Make the market pay. Make it pay. All right, make it pay. Once you have taken a majority off, make it pay. Right now, it's week 3. Week 3 in February is really start to have to crank it up a little bit now. Not from the standpoint of being reckless, but the first week, couple of weeks in February, you're building that cushion. And the midweek to late month, I should say, the first couple of days, first couple of weeks of February, you're building that cushion. And late month, you can really start to crank it up. right? From the standpoint, not recklessly, not YOLO, but really letting those runners do the heavy lifting, right? In the beginning, you're just trying to build that cushion. You're building that cushion. So now the VIX is at that pretty pivotal point, is at that 22. So two things here. If we slice and dice to that 22, we continue to accelerate down here. But do I want to go short off these lows? That might be a little too expensive for me. So if we reject off that 22, we can start to see a nice little bounce. Does this bounce look appealing for me to take? Sure. I can take that bounce, or I can let this bounce turn into a dead cat bounce, retrace into some level, and take it back to downside if we end up getting past that 22. Okay. That's the line of thinking currently. All right. So on the 5 minute, what a trap, bulls. We're still seeing some selling. There's some selling left. I want to see at least a 1 minute, a retest of that, of the wave, some sort of structural retest. We do have a sell block, massive sell block here. So at least come into those lows, 678.38. Beautiful job, Kevin. So two more, beautiful. That's how we do it, guys. Folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Let's get the likes up. We got 73 people checking in so far. Let's get the likes up. There you go, guys. That's the what you do with the idea is up to you. All right. So it did come to this target. It did come to that runway. I like how the VIX is accelerating above that 20. So I need some sort of bounce coming to first wave. I want to take this back to downside. Look for flags, structural breaks if you like. If you're on team reversal, there's a key level here. Maybe you want to play the reversal, but I would say, hey, you know what? A lot of selling pressure across the board. Best thing to do, in my opinion, is just go with the flow. Just go with the trend, especially the past 3 to 5 days. When it just starts to go, it just starts to go. So I'll sit back and wait for a structural retest. I love how the VIX is blasted past that 22. More than likely, we start gravitating back towards that 675, 79. We're at that monthly downside breaker as well here. So this critical area here, this could lead to maybe a bounce, a dead cat bounce possibly. So I'll look for a structural retest, structural break, back to downside. If you're on the team, if you're looking for those reversals, at least a 5 minute candle. 5 minute candle. What you're looking for. See if that can at least lead it to 678.38, 678.38. Who's on team reversal? Who's on team continuation? Who's on team continuation? Who's on team reversal? Beautiful job, Arthur, on YouTube. Good. Continuation. So the ones who are in continuation, you want that bounce, right? Get those contracts a little bit devalued and then find your spots. Use the waves, ride the waves. Okay, if we break below that PML, we can really start to accelerate. We're below that weekly downside breaker. I like how the Qs continue to push. I'm looking at the 675s. It might be a little too far out. I'll look at the IV continues to crank up, guys. IV continues to crank up. If you caught that last move here, if you're still on runners, that might be the one trade for the day. All right. Or if you caught a piece of that double-digit gain, you can be done, one and done. Keep in mind it's a short week, so we don't have a lot of things to capitalize off of. We just don't have a lot of time. So we got a retrace reject in this territory. Okay, I like how we're creating that separation now. Look at that, guys. I want to retrace reject off PML. Look at that, guys. Look at that. VIX is out of here. Look at that. Need a retrace reject. Beautiful, 140% for Firefly. 63% for Chill. So now, guys, we're below that monthly downside breaker. We're back below January's lows. Okay, back below January's lows. So this is it. This was that nice little pop to the upside. Didn't even come back and test any structural levels. The amount of weakness is overwhelming. Synchronized selling across the board. See those individual names that were. Look at that. Look at this candle here. You saw how active that candle was? You saw that action on that candle. Got below it, peaked back above it. Retrace reject in this territory, at least. December 18th gap coming up. Thank you for the update. Keep a close eye on that 671.40, 674.84, guys. We're about 2 points away from 674 at the top end of that gap. 60% for thesis. The adrenaline is real, especially after 3 days. Especially after 3 days. There's nothing like trading, guys. Nothing like trading. See if we can get a retracement back into this territory. That's a very, very shallow retracement. First wave is there. So in this box, done for Monday. Progress over profit. Absolutely, guys. Tremendous job. If the market gives us an opportunity like this, right, got to be all over it. Now we're in that notorious bounce zone. Okay, so now just zoom out a little bit. We're in this bounce zone. So again, if you're looking for reversals, keep a close eye on that 15-minute candle, 5-minute candle combinations. If we get the reclaim back above this, does look interesting. If you're looking for that retrace reject, structural break back to downside, resumption and the synchronized selling. Does it resume or do we start to reverse? Right off of this monthly level. Okay, I like how we're right at that. We're right at that wave. If we continue to push the downside, I'll take it to the downside. I'm looking at the 676. I want that combination candle close. Look how the VIX is pushing to the south, guys. The VIX pushing south. This might be opening the door for a push back the upside. The VIX gets back below 22. So we're moving and grooving, guys. We're moving and grooving. We are moving and grooving. So the VIX needs to stay above 22 if it wants to continue to dump. Okay, see if that candle can close. Okay, take the puts right there. I want to stay below weekly downside breaker. I want the VIX to stay above 22. Don't want to reclaim here. We get that reclaim, I'll be out of the way. If you're waiting for that textbook breakdown below those lows, wait for that candle break. This is overextended to the downside. See if we get that continued push. I want that PML to hold. Down 4, down 6, down 5. I want that to hold. No close back above weekly downside breaker. Very tight window. Okay, I'm gonna close it right there. Close it right there. So I'm all out there, minus 16 or 17. You saw how aggressive that was, that push. And now we're starting to head back the other side. We're starting to head back to the other side. Somewhat of an inverse head and shoulder. If the VIX gets below 22, might be all systems go. Back the other side. If it starts to break down once again, I'll give it another shot. Okay. Nice engulfing candle on the 5 on the Qs. As well as a Dow, an IW, and SPY. See what takes place here. If it gets back below 22, guys, this thing probably wants to work its way back to the upside. Back below 22. Okay, let's see what takes place. So if you're waiting for that breakdown, structural breakdown, there's a critical point. Critical. You need that 22 to hold. Some signs of reversal, some signs of life possibly. We're still early, guys, the first 30 minutes of the day. First 30 minutes of the day. Okay, it looks like everything is headed back the upside. So I did try to take the puts down here, got stopped out. The position I was in earlier, could have done a better job managing that position, extracting a little more out of it. Let's see what takes place here. So we do have a critical point here. And do they take this thing back the upside? So we got below PML. The 5 is starting to go. 15 is starting to reverse as well. 8 minutes left on that 15-minute candle. Yeah, it's not Monday. Yeah, it's Tuesday. See if that structural break here. If we can get that structural break, I'll be there for it. Okay. Second attempt. Same idea. A little more patient. See that nice break below that level. I want that nice break below that level. I want the VIX to continue to bounce. So that 5-minute dead cat bounce with that fade can possibly take place here. Break back below that 677.53, that weekly downside breaker. I want that close back below that level. Get back below here. Risk will be those highs. Okay, I'm in the puts right here, second attempt. See if we can start to push into that PML. What can work against me in this case? Inverse head and shoulder. So no close back above here. See if the waves can start to wave. Everything start to push back to push back the downside, and of course the VIX push to the upside. See if that close below this level. Okay, at least get back above 677.23, which is that PML. Go. Got that PML right here for that first structural break of the waves. First flag to the downside. Down 10, down 11. Those contracts are moving, guys. So if we close back above these highs, then I'll close out. I'll probably be at 11 to 15, 10 to 15. Until then, I want to see a continued push to the downside, continued sell-off. I want this 5-minute candle to be a nice little dead cat bounce, leading us back to those lows. Okay. That pre-market low is going to be critical because we don't want this to be a dash from pre-market high to pre-market low back to pre-market high. We don't want that dash, that back and forth dash to take place. Okay, let's see if that candle can hold back below those lows. New 5-minute candle coming up shortly. Wave still waving. We need that continued sell-off to take place on the Qs. The Dow selling off. We need that break below 677.53. Right, a lot of buyers protecting this level, that weekly downside breaker. Okay, so we need that break below it, continue push lower in pursuit of 676.52. 20 seconds left. 20 seconds left here. See that nice close below that level and a potential close back below that PML, 677.23. And we can start rocking and rolling. Because now we need that lower low. We got this high, so we need that lower low. So we're starting to stall in this territory. Okay, I like how the VIX is waking up. So I'll give it a little bit of room to breathe, as long as we're within that risk. That 5-minute candle, if that 5-minute candle's low gets taken out, it starts to go. If those highs get taken out, I'm out of there. Simple as that. Simple as that. Simple as that. In that case, I want the VIX to start waking up. I want the VIX to start waking up, continue to push. Critical juncture here. Because we got this high, we got this low. So I'm in position to see if we can get those lower lows. If we get the higher high, then that means we can start to see those bulls stepping in. So we need that break of these lows. Let's get that continued break. Get below PML, 677.23. We can start rocking and rolling. If you did take this, manage accordingly. Go, go, go. Get below PML. Okay, there we go. Get some follow through below PML. Okay, up 10. I want to close below PML. TP where you need to. See if you get one more push to the downside. I like how the VIX is waking up. I like how everything's starting to sell off back to the downside once again. Okay, up 10. Go, go, go. Up 11. I'm going to take some off right there. At 13. Now let's see if the runners can start doing heavy lifting here. Okay, now stay below PML. Let's pursue those lows. Up 17. 18. Okay, well, as we come into 670, 670, 52, it's very sensitive. Stay below PML. Stay below PML. We can't go double bottom there. Just be aware of that. No reclaim of PML. This will be my NC for runners. So no close back above that. No close back above that. I want the VIX to continue. If we close back above it, I'll close out. Now, structurally, guys, we're still trending to the downside. Those waves are right there, right? So those waves, I want to see if those waves can hold up. We're starting to see buyers trying to push it higher. Right, so I want no close above, let's say here. See if you can pursue those lows to the downside. Did see 17, 18, already TP to majority. See if we got one more push to the downside. In us. Get that a structural break. I like how the VIX is waking up. Waves, get those push back on the waves. Start to slide to those lows. 676.27 will be good to go. So this one, if you recall, it stopped out here and already TP'd a majority here. See if we can get a little bit of runners to do the heavy lifting. Go, go, go. Again, TP where you need to, guys. TP where you need to. Okay. TP where you need to. Okay. See if we get that nice little break. The Dow's already at those lows. So do we get the break of those lows? What do we think? Or is this the bottom? Is this the bottom? I like how the VIX is creating that separation away from 22, headed back towards those highs. Taking a little bit of time. Still within that risk. To get that nice little drop here. Okay. Get that nice little drop. This would be the NC. No close back above 677.53. No close back above it. All right, we're starting to stall here, guys. So it's a good area to take a majority off. So we need that continued rejection off that zone between 677.23 and 677.53. Okay, get that push. Up 10, up 11. Okay, here we go. Moment of truth. Got to break that trend line. Moment of truth. Okay. That trend line the bulls can use that trend line to the upside. So we need that break of that trend line. Break of the trend line. Not new 5-minute candles here. So this 5-minute candle needs to break these lows for it to continue. For it to continue, it needs to break those lows and let this thing fall off a cliff. Love how the VIX has that strength, but the SPY needs to start to go now. There's this chance. Make sure you take a majority off at the double digits already. If you did, great. This can turn into a bounce. Just be mindful of that. If we get a close above those highs, I'll close out. Okay. I'll close out there. Those runners. And the fills are going to be tricky, guys. The fills are going to be tricky. So sometimes you might not get filled right away because of how fast things are moving. Okay. So took a majority off, stopped on our runners, couldn't get that full break. Stopped out here to see if we get that continued push to the downside. Maybe if I was a little more patient, that would have been better. Here, got to manage that position a little better here. But most of the time, if I was able to manage a little bit better, extract a little more out of it, more than likely, I wouldn't shoot a shot down here. All right. So I'll wait until second shift and take it from there. And now look at that. So now the bulls are starting to use this nice little support. They're trying to use this nice little support to push back the upside. If you throw that 50-50, wait for that 50-50. We're about 13 minutes away from the conclusion of first shift. Took 3 trades already. 2 worked in my favor. 1 got stopped out. How we doing, guys? How we doing on YouTube? Apple and financials, possible waterfall. Okay, what were some of the names we were paying attention to this morning? Okay. Robinhood. Okay, Robinhood is still brewing. Robinhood is still brewing. Netflix breakdown on Netflix. Check out both sides. XYZ still brewing. TSM pushing to the downside. SoFi still brewing. Still in the oven. Microsoft. Okay, nice break below those lows. Microsoft is starting to go. Exxon. Okay, starting to slide to the downside. Here's a full list. Okay, CrowdStrike, nice structural break. American Express still inside. Keep an eye on American Express. ARM still inside. Okay, let's see some names. Okay, SPY is shot out of a rocket, guys. Looks like it wants to go back to VWAP. Hood. So Hood, keep a close eye on Hood. Okay, so SPY shot out of a rocket. So at this point, it's a little overextended, right? We just took out multiple targets and it's pushing back the upside. So the risk reward on the reversal was good there. So I took the puts 3 times. This was, I'd say this is kind of the same idea. But two independent trades. And now we're back at VWAP, just like that. Just like that, we're back at VWAP. If we do a 50-50, right, we're at that 50% point right there. See if we can get back above it. So no surprise that the VWAP and the 50-50 basically say the same thing. All right, so the question becomes, if you're playing the VWAP reclaim, can we reclaim VWAP? Can we start pushing back the upside across the board? Off of what? Off of this territory here. That bounce zone. Okay. So in my case, these shorts might have been a little overextended. All right. I want a little more downside to see if there's a little more downside. Might have been a little late to the party. All right. But we're still able to extract a little bit there off of this drop rather than trying to catch it off these lows into lower lows. So we're sitting right at VWAP. We're sitting right at that 50-50. We made a pretty significant move to the downside. We triggered the monthly downside breaker. We're directional on the week. Buyers stepped in off of those lows. They're starting to push it back up. We're starting to see that reversal take place on the 15. We're starting to see some signs of reversal on the 5. The hourly starting to bounce. So is this enough to get us back above 680.17? That's the main question. Is this enough to get us back above 680.17? That is the question. We're right at that 50-50. Let me steal that VWAP from here and put it here. Don't like the VWAP with. Don't need the bands. Okay, so right there. Now the VIX is back below 22. All right, so if we get it's back below 22 and starts to sell off, it's in our best interest to potentially see if we can get some sort of bounce. If it continues to get below 22 and start selling off. If it bounces off to 22 once again, so think of it like this. Okay, that sell-off was fueled by this pump. So the VIX is moving nicely today. It's giving us some good reads. Giving us some good reads. Nice rejection off that VWAP. That was a beautiful rejection. Absolute, guys. If you're done for the day, be done. If you guys caught this move to the downside, a good piece of it, north of 100%, 70, 60%, you did tremendous. Don't give back a lot of those profits. Okay, it is treat today like a Monday. Treat today like a Monday from the standpoint of it's up to you. You can use whatever size you want, but maybe ease your way into the week. Treat it like a Monday. But that was a nice opportunity there. Nice drop there. All right, nice drop there. Okay, so everything's rejecting off that VWAP and that 50-50. That nifty 50. Nifty 50. So as long as you're green, hero, you right out the gate, right? You caught that nice, you caught that pump. You scalped that out nicely and caught that nice little drop, right? So it's on us at this point now just to walk away and be done. A lot of action here. So I probably have one more in the chamber, and then usually like to take 3 to 5 trades. I already took 3 during first shift, so that just goes to show you maybe overly excited, looking forward to trading. We haven't had trading days available. Of course, we had that long weekend, so it's trying to get that out of the way. That might be it. But even to kick things off, that drop was beautiful. Stopped out here, go back and watch, and then we caught that to the downside and stopped out on the runners. A little overextended. So at least that first shift wraps up, that'd be great. Yep, 50-50. Yep, 50-50 right there. Beautiful job, up over 5K. 50-50 with the VWAP. So now does that lead us to the structural break? Okay, does that lead us back to the structural break? So you might be saying, hey, how about if you sat in that position? Just to give you some context. If you sat in that position all the way there, you're sitting through $2 a drawdown. All right, maybe if it's a lotto, it's something that's doable. But if it's something with size you're trying to do regularly, that's unhealthy. All right, that's unhealthy. If it's something, hey, you know what? You're just gonna use a lotto. If you lose the entire contract, that's fine. Or your contract is your stop. That would be the only way to approach it. But you don't want to do that with a full position. So nice rejection of that 50-50. Okay, I like how the VIX continues to push. And you don't catch that 50-50 by any chance? If you did, good timing. All right, smooth sailing. Made 2.5 my daily goal. Look at that, guys. People smashing their goals, and it's only Monday. Tuesday. Only in trading, guys. 5,700, close to 6K in less than an hour. Congratulations, hero. Absolutely. Yeah, just don't give any of that back. You did your work. This drop was beautiful. If you go back and rewind, that was beautiful. That drop was beautiful. Now we're back below PML. Again, anything in these lows, right? You're in danger of getting that wick back the upside. You're buying those contracts near the high of the day. So your line of thinking is the whole strategy is you're buying high, selling higher, or you're buying relatively high, selling higher. If you can get it off that VWAP territory 50-50, it's thinking like you're buying it at fair market price. So first shift is about 3 minutes away, guys. 3 minutes away from first shift. 3 minutes away. Three minutes away. Take that out. So that nice little bounce, right? That was a nice bounce, double-digit bounce, and then this complete collapse breakdown. So those would be the most. We have PMH up here. If we continue to sell off, we have the monthly downside breaker, of course, first shift lows. 2 minutes away from wrapping up first shift. Okay, we have first shift lows, and then we have first shift highs. So below us, we have a lot of targets, guys. We have weekly downside breaker. We have weekly downside target already. So if we zoom out just for a quick second, go to SPY real quick. So keep in mind, on Friday, we got that doji candle, right? Doji candle Friday. We broke below the doji candle's lows. Now we're headed towards that 100 EMA on the daily. 100 EMA on the daily. We're headed towards a 3% correction, 3% pullback territory. That's where we are on SPY. If we kind of zoom out to the weekly, and let me take you to the weekly real quick. On the weekly, we're already directional, if you can see. But look at the wicks on the weekly. A lot of wicks on the weekly. If we come into that by the end of the day, interested to see how we interact with that 20 EMA, 675.53. Initially, we can get below it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we try to get back above it as SPY starts to break down here. So this is where we are, guys. This is our second week of selling. On the monthly. Monthly, we went engulfing candle, guys. Almost not engulfing candle. We went 3 down. We went not 3 down. We took out those lows. So reversal. Okay, so now this monthly, the question is in the next 10 days, do we close below it or do we wick back above it? And when we translate that level, is this level right here, 670, 652. Okay. Now, first shift is officially in the books. Let us know you did on first shift. We got that massive drop there. That first idea played out beautifully. Second idea stopped out and worked out. The initial scalp opportunity there, that was a nice scalp opportunity there. Couldn't get filled. So fills have been a little tricky, though that coincides with, of course, whenever we have those conditions where we have high IV. So as the VIX goes up, more than likely IV goes up. Okay, VIX up, IV up. So contracts are going to be more expensive. So you know what it takes. You traded these conditions before. It's not something new. All right, so that's the benefit of trading all sorts of conditions, because now you know what to look for. You know when to trade. You know when to click the buttons, when not to click the buttons. Just based on environmental conditions. All right, so let us know you did in first shift. Sounds like everyone has a lucky mug of coffee today. Absolutely. Get your mugs. All right, that's the key to profitability. A good cup of coffee with a mug. A good mug and a good cup of coffee, hot beverage, whatever you want to drink. How are we doing on YouTube, guys? How are we doing on YouTube? Make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. We got 41 people joining us. 41 people joining us. SPY at January lows. Apple. Okay. 41 people, guys. Let's get the likes up. Oh, the poll is 50-50. So the poll question for today is bullish or bearish on the week? Bullish or bearish on the week? 50-50. So 50% of you say bullish, 50% of you say bearish. So now we're back below that PML. I want to see how we interact with that daily downside breaker. So first shift is in the books, guys. If you're green up until now, stay clean. You did the heavy lifting. The work is done. All right, so you did a tremendous job. If you're red, okay, and look for the next opportunity. Take the IV into consideration if you haven't pulled the trigger yet. Mark out where you want to get involved next. Set those alerts. All right, so it's either you're done or you're looking for the next opportunity. All right, probably have one more trade left. That 50-50 was nice. We don't get the 50-50 all the time. So something like the 50-50 with two areas of confluence, right? That doesn't happen every day. Right, so those kind of setups, they don't appear every single day. Okay, so if we go back real quick to where we are, right? Let's zoom out for just a second. Let's see where we are. So this is where we are. So now do buyers step in off of this bounce zone? They stepped in once, right? But the sellers met them at the very top. So this candle, at some point in time, guys, this was a bullish 15-minute candle. And now sellers overtook it, pushed it to the downside. Now we're headed towards the first shift's lows, and we're headed towards the expected downside move. The next runway for the bears is here. If they really want to push it, guys, if they really want to push it to the downside, there's a runway once they overcome that bounce zone. Once they overcome that bounce zone. Keep an eye on the 30-minute chart. Just a question. Focus green done for the day. Yeah, I can see that 674. But if it really wants to dump, 671.18. Right, that's the level, guys. So it's not. I'm not making up these levels. It's just the levels that's there. That means it really wants to dump. Of course, we have the dollar, whole dollar number levels with that 675 psychological level. But that next major key level is 671.18. Okay, so what can we use to get that point? More than likely, if we want to start pursuing that point, okay, we're going to come into this 2023 on the VIX. So if we're going to start to head that way, we're going to have to get that continued acceleration above 23. All right. And then the VIX is 23, guys. I should make this if we come into this 23 territory, starts to reject back the downside, we can start to see some bounces. We can start to see some bounces. So first shift's lows. This is our interaction with first shift's lows. This is going to determine if we're expanding or if we're going to gravitate back towards, right, the internal levels. Expanding means we just break below that first shift's lows, continue to accelerate the downside, or we trap and go back the other way. That's going to be highly predicated between these two key zones, okay? It's going to depend on what takes place here. What I don't like is the fact that we're just willy-nilly getting past it. So we're getting below it, getting above it, getting below it, getting above it, getting below it. Right, so if you're looking for that retrace, reject, or reclaim, you're going to have to probably be as patient as possible off of this territory. Let the candles close and then pull the trigger. Got that monthly downside breaker here. So our second encounter with that monthly level. First encounter, sporadic bounce. Second encounter, grab those lows. Do we have enough fuel to push back the upside? What would really help us if the VIX gets above 23. That's what would really help us. Okay. Now the VIX is headed towards that 23. See if you get that continue to push lower. The EMAs are trending to the downside. EMAs are trending to the downside. You can see on the 5, waves are waving. We're below that weekly downside breaker. If you're waiting for the higher touch of the wave, you have to wait a little longer. If you're waiting for that initial shallow touch, it's going to correspond with that weekly downside breaker. All right, that translates to this here. I think someone called out a $10 drop. I think it was a Firefly for the $10 drop. Okay, we're starting to reject here now. Let's see if I continue to push. The 671, that's the next target. If you take the 671 as lottos, if it starts to go there, those can really start to go. And just sit through those, just sit in them without complete breakdown. Okay, we're below that monthly downside breaker, so we are sensitive in that territory. So what the VIX needs to unlock is activity above 23. Activity above 23. Time for my bedtime. See you tomorrow. Absolutely, guys. If you're wrapping up for the day, tremendous job off the open. Looking for your setups, finding your setups, and executing. Tremendous job. And again, the work is done within that first hour. That's the whole objective of SPY Strikers, guys. One ticker, 1 hour, one consistent result. That's the whole objective. So got to get used to. All right, just trading for an hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever the day brings. Yeah, there we go. Firefly did talk about that. Let's see, get that $10 dump. Are we at $10? Let's see. We're at 7 off the very highs. If we just measure the range, we're at 6, 7, close to 7. We measure off the open, maybe 4 to 5. Yeah, 4. So 671 is the next key level. If we start to, that's a major dump. Let's take a look at the 671. Maybe some lottos just to sit in and let it play out. Okay, they're currently priced at 64. That's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points out the money. A little far. A little far there. But if it does go, that 60 cents per con can turn into 100. Okay, now, remember what we said. Okay, we're starting to get above first shift lows. Can we hold above first shift lows? That's going to be critical because this is first shift lows. The times when they do create those traps is when we trap first shift lows and go back the other side and gravitate towards the internal range. But we are starting to slow down here. Or the action is starting to slow down, a little more choppy than it was before. Okay, we continue to reject. A nice rejection. Nice rejection off of that monthly downside breaker. And first shift lows, we already hit that weekly target. So within the first hour, less than 2 hours, we already hit the weekly downside target. $655, that's possible. 655, that would put us 655. That would put us more than a 5% pullback. More than, you see this back and forth, all right? It's crushing that premium. That's the thing. So they give us that clean opportunity, slow price down, start to manipulate, chop, 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 and then start to resume the action. So that's the main thing. So we're seeing even from last week, for the past couple of weeks, the prime time opportunity is in first shift. So you gotta be locked in during first shift and really, really dialed in. If you're dialed in during that first hour, right, then it's cleaner action, so it's simpler to get the reads as in comparison to, because if you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Right? Second shift and beyond, sometimes it takes some time for you to be right. You can be right on the chart, wrong on the P&L. A lot of different things play out because of the back and forth that takes place. A lot of back and forth that takes place. Keep in mind, it is a short week. It is a short week. And that 15 goes hammer does look interesting back the upside. Okay. We're starting to base out at that weekly downside target. Who else is joining the party? Okay, the Dow's starting to go. If we can hold above that monthly downside breaker, okay, potentially take the calls back the upside, the reversal. Gravitation back towards VWAP, back to that daily open. Possibly. Early signs I like how the VIX is headed south. Okay, 5-minute reversal here. Keep in mind, when you're taking that reversal, you're going against the current. So at first, you're going to have to encounter those EMAs, so on and so forth. Okay? So see if you can at least hold above this level. So first shift's lows, past few trading days, first shift's lows, when they get taken out, it turns into a complete breakdown. If you go back and go through our chart repository, the daily chart, it turns into that breakdown. Okay, we're starting a nice little push. We're back at PMH. Like how the VIX is going south. See if you can pull back a little bit. If you took that, manage accordingly. If you take reversals. If you don't, just sit back, watch. If you're done for the day, there's no need to click any buttons. So critical test here, that 5-minute wave. We're getting close to it, POC 67742. So for this next trade, I'll take further dated and just sit in a position for some time. All right, just to mitigate some risk. Looks like the big opportunity was right here. If you're just joining us, we did take 3 trades. Stopped out here. This one worked out. Stopped out on runners. This one worked out as well. I like how we're starting to climb here. Potential sign of reversal. Okay, we're reversing on the 5 already. I'm looking at the 681s back to the upside. If you took the 681s there, they're about like $30, $40. So what we'll probably do is maybe first shift we'll do the regular trading, and second shift we'll look for something to sit in, a little cheaper, small account friendly, and work with that idea. How are we doing on YouTube, guys? Folks on YouTube, Tesla, Meta, Google getting destroyed today. We got 42 people on the check-in OPEX expiration this week, so it could continue to lower. Very possible. VIX about to crack 23. Nice rejection on that VIX. That opened up the door. That opened up the door for the structural break. So this nice push, guys, that's a nice anywhere from 20 to 50% push. 20 to 50% push. All right, now hold that POC. We already flipped the waves on the 1. So if the VIX continues to go from 23 to 22, that's the wrong way back to the upside. Comes into 22, bounce off that 22. That means more than likely that rejection. So if you're waiting for VWAP, not quite the 50-50, but VWAP in general, this is right there if you're targeting VWAP. So all the indexes are at that first wave. So if you're looking for that breakdown on first wave, you want that shooter candle. So you see how different people can be participating, looking at the same thing, but come to different conclusions at different times. All right, so someone who's looking to go short, they're actually welcoming this push. They're welcoming that push. And they want this 5-minute candle to go shooter. someone who's going long, right? They maybe took that break and seeing if there's a little more of a push to the upside. Okay, see if that weekly downside breaker can hold. $681s were $43. Now they're in the 60s. Okay, we slide back below PML. Things can get interesting. The thing is this area. So you see this area? Between PML and that weekly downside breaker, it gets very iffy. So it's almost like you're going to be in a position by the time it gets in that territory and see, rather than making those entry decisions in that territory. Very choppy since basically 1058. Very choppy since 1058. Very choppy here. We're at POC. We're at that first wave. All the indexes are inside on that 5. We have a new hourly candle coming up in 9 minutes. So what are we thinking? What are we thinking, guys? Another push back to downside, or is this our low, our high, and then we start to get a nice higher high, try to work our way back into these highs up here? From a trend trading standpoint, all right, we're just testing here. First wave on the 5. First wave test. $15-minute reversal is taking place. 15-minute reversal taking place. So all the indexes are headed towards that PMH, to the VWAP, with the Dow being the closest to the bottom of the orb in the VWAP. SPY's right there at VWAP as well, getting close. Getting close. If you're waiting for that orb, all the way up here. Usually the orb is good to 11:30. Some people trade until 12. So if you're waiting for the orb, you set an alert up here and you just wait. Everything else is just noise. So no trade so far in the second shift. No trade so far here. All right, we want separation away from this zone here. Right, anytime we get into this area, it gets very sticky. Sticky situation. Right, somehow, some way, we continuously gravitate towards here, and the market gets indecisive. So that indecision is a killer, especially for those 0 DTEs. Okay, especially for those zeros, that's a killer. If you took that nice little break above, reclaim like above that monthly downside breaker, grab a first shift lows. That's the best entry back the upside into this territory. Target 1, target 2. You can see the difference between VWAP 1 and VWAP 2. So in this case, we peaked above VWAP. We peaked above VWAP. We collapsed below VWAP and took a drop. So who thinks Who's waiting for similar action like this? Any traders waiting for that type of action here at that VWAP? I know there's a lot of people that do trade that VWAP. So a nice little peak above it and a collapse under it, close, continue to sell off. So if you're waiting for that type of setup, right, you're primarily just paying attention to what takes place up here. So all your mental capital, all your decision making, all your brain cycles are going to be dedicated to the price action in this territory. Leading up to it, you're just observing, right? You just want to just be focused for that window. If you're waiting for this to repeat, if you're focused for that orb, right, you want to just observe, but you want to save all your decision-making ability for when price gets to that territory. You don't want to burn yourself out observing before it gets into your territory. Okay, so next, of course, the VWAP. And of course, if we get above VWAP, that gives us a nice little runway into those highs. And eventually the daily open and the orb as well. So the daily open and the orb give us a nice little range there. So first shift's lows, we grab first shift's lows and we push. Okay, so we got that nice little push off first shift's lows. So VWAP is right here now. So if this is going to be a peekaboo above VWAP, get above it, get back below it. We need that bounce off that 22 on the VIX. Come into 22, slow down, bounce. No slice and dice right through it. If it slices and dices that through that 22, more than likely, there's a good chance we can maybe reclaim that VWAP and start pushing. The Qs are at VWAP already. The Qs are going still early on that 5-minute candle, not a half-life yet. Somewhat of a tweezer top off VWAP. Tweezer top off VWAP. Tesla made Google getting destroyed today. We'll take a look at that. Let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe if you're a first-time viewer. Let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join our community to capitalize off all the resources, courses, delay-free, ad-free stream. If you were in the stream, you'll be the first for that idea there. Multiple ideas throughout the day. Even that initial scalp earlier. Reversal traders, this is a time where you're looking for max pain. So reversals, the best time to get reversals, right, is near the lows of the hour, near the lows of prior week. All right, what is the biggest thing you want to look out for? Of course, what invalidates your setup is a continuation. So if you're good at managing risk, you can be a reversal trader as well. But it has to make practical sense. It just can't be in the middle of nowhere. Okay, critical test here on the 5. Last time we came into that top of that wave, we had a similar occurrence. So let's see if that leads us all the way back lower. Let's see if that takes place. Anyone see a potential cup and handle here? Potential cup and handle. Looks a little cup and handle-ish. Last trade was for the puts here, extracted double digits here, and then it got stopped out on the runners here. This was the NC. Stopped out here pretty quickly. Try to take that retrace reject off this 1-minute candle. This massive candle comes in. Stopped out there as well. But the big move, of course, was this massive drop. All right, so far we're seeing everything is red, guys. Everything is red as far as the sectors are concerned. Okay, we continue to push forward. No 5-minute slowdown. No slowdown in the 5. 15 continues to reverse. 15 continues to push. Do we get a peekaboo above VWAP or continue to reclaim with strength? That's going to be tied to that 22. So SPY and the Qs are at VWAP. The Qs are at orb and VWAP. 15-minute, that is. Okay, we'll see how that plays out. And that also coincides with the top of that 5-minute wave as well. You can see that VWAP pocket. Let's do that. What a push back the upside. All right. We are at the VWAP. So if you want that VWAP rejection, you need the VIX to start bouncing here. Hold that level or bounce off 22. Hold that level or bounce off 22. Qs are starting to go shooter here at the 15-minute orb. So far, for the last 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, we're seeing buyers stepping in, right? 5, 10, 15, 20, almost 25 minutes after 3 minutes. Okay. And those 681s, they were about 40 cents. Now they're 91 cents. If the VIX gets below 22, continues to push to the downside, that opens up the door for that reclaim. And a continued push. There goes the Qs. Qs reclaim VWAP. And this, just like that, works its way all the way back above VWAP off of this nice little grab of first shift lows and a continued push. Those 681s are moving and grooving. VIX below 22. The 50-50, just basically whenever I see the leg of the move, just the high and the low, if it retrace, 50% mark. Right? So in this case, this is not a 50-50. This is just basically that first initial leg. There's just VWAP being there. So now, guys, just like that, we reversed back the upside. We reversed back the upside, and now we're at that orb and that daily open. Okay, so that nice break was beautiful. If you take a look at the 681s, those are now they're basically 2 points out the money. 1 point out the 1 point away from being 2 points away from being in the money. 1 point away from at the money. Okay, now we're above VWAP. Look at the Qs. Qs are starting to go. Qs are starting to go. SPY. Okay, look, guys. SPY. Look at this. If we can keep this, get above that daily open, this turns into potentially a hammer. If we can start to make some strides above daily open by end of day, this can potentially start turning into a hammer. All right, we're seeing some buyers continue to appear off those lows. Nice test of that 100 EMA. Daily time frame, we bounce. Close to a 3% pullback. So the higher time frame buyers on the daily did step in and protect those levels. How are we doing, guys? How are we doing, strikers? Anyone take the reversal back the upside? So we're at that orb now. Nice little tap of the orb. Grab those highs. Let me move this. That daily open. So there's not only an orb, there's a daily open as well. Daily open, which is a weekly open because it's the first day of the week. All right, so 680.17. If we can get above 680.17, then we start to flip that daily candle. We start to flip that daily candle. And we basically went from PMH to PML, chop, 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 grab first shift lows back above PML, and do we make a run back to PMH? All right, this is a cross country, back and forth. All right, somewhat of a cup and handle as well. So we got the top of the cup. Where's our next handle? Maybe at VWAP. In the VWAP region. $15, we have fuel off of that bounce. Okay, that 15, we have fuel off of this bounce. So we came into PML, we reclaimed PML, come into that bounce territory, 2 down, 2 up. Do we have enough fuel again to get back above PMH, to get back into daily open, to get back above daily highs? Okay, daily opens up for grabs. Look at the VIX, right? VIX slice and dice through 22. SPY, reclaim VWAP. One and done, up 1% of my portfolio, and then a few positions on ES futures and my profit count. Beautiful job, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. If you took that reversal, that was a monster reversal. So that's our interaction with first shift lows. So now we're at that daily open. So it's almost like it's a tie game. All right. First quarter, bears came out, guns blazing, massive lead. All right. And of course, the bulls start scoring a few points and they make a run, back the upside, tie the game. Now it's a tie game. It's almost like none of this exists. Okay, none of that exists. So now we have that PMH. We have between that weekly open and that PMH. And what a push, guys. What a push. First shift's highs all the way up here. First shift highs all the way up there. Sometimes hesitation, if you hesitate, right, not pulling the trigger, it really costs. The cost of hesitation, it's really hard to account how much hesitation costs. Right, if you like a setup back the upside, lottos or whatever it is, you can define that risk, you just take it. So this nice little break of reclaim, risk being those lows. Those 681s, they were trading at 40 cents. They're at 160. Granted, you treat it as a lotto and you were able to sit through this and just watch that 5-minute time frame. Now we're headed towards PMH. Okay, make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. If you have any chart requests, put in the chat. No trades second shift so far. We got 50 people joining us. If everyone in the chat right now can like the video, we can get 50 likes and we'll do the giveaway. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Help us get to 3K by the end of the month. We are live trading SPY. We are seeing some intense action across the board. Nice reversal there. We did take 3 trades in first shift. This one worked out beautifully in our favor. A lot of our members were able to catch that dump for 100+%. I was able to extract double digits, and then as soon as I closed, it continued to dump. Got stopped out here, and this one worked in my favor. So 3 trades so far, 2 worked in my favor, 1 stop out. And now we did get that nice reversal. So this is a textbook reversal setup. So I want you to go back. I'm going to post all the videos with the delay-free, ad-free videos, guys, I want you to go back to this particular slice between 10:30 and basically 10:46. 10:30, 10:46. Go back, watch the tape, and watch everything that's going on the tape. And there you will have a beautiful reversal setup, a go-to reversal setup. Right? Is it going to work every single time? No, but it's high probability. So if you're looking for a reversal setup, you got to wait for this to take place. Sweep of first shift lows. Okay. Sweep of monthly, weekly lows. The VIX to do a particular thing. Index to do a particular thing. So go back and watch the tape on that particular sequence. And now we're well above that daily open. And now we're starting to push the upside, guys. So the bulls are in charge. The bulls are in charge. They now, look at that, guys, just like that. That's why with these you can't, I don't want to say impossible, but it's impossible to really know what's going to take place. You got to take it shift by shift. That's why that shift by shift framework is so critical. All right, that's why the days of buying contracts and letting them intraday swing type of activity is very difficult because we can swing in any direction. All right. So last week we had that nice continued breakdown. This week we had a nice reversal off those lows. And now we're back above PMH. So we made a zigzag from PMH to PML, PML to PMH. And we neutralized that sell-off. Now we're starting to make back up some ground and push the upside. We're above that PMH now. So when we take a look at the 15, pure buying on the 15. Can we hold above PMH? That'll be the latest entry is PMH. Can we hold above that PMH, continue to accelerate? Runway into the first shift highs. And look at that daily candle now. It's starting to turn into a hammer. This does look appealing. If that can hold for the rest of the day, the most bullish scenario for this candle is to go engulfing. That is a possibility. But if it can hold as a hammer going into tomorrow, things can look very interesting. Maybe a potential gap up. It's still a little early. Bulls can start getting activated. Okay, so that's how that reversal takes place. Again, guys, if you're done from first shift, you did most of the heavy lifting. That's why it's always good to reset. What I mean by that is from first shift to second shift, don't bring that bias from here, especially the bias that got you paid. Don't bring it over. Just reset, recalibrate, and just focus on that second shift. So we're about 18 minutes away from third shift. And look at this push, guys. Look at this push. So make sure to like the video, guys. We usually run our stream to 11:30. All right, so we'll look to wrap up here shortly. Folks on YouTube will run until 12. Folks in the community will run until 12 o'clock, 12:30ish, maybe even 1. So if you want the extended version of the stream, join our community. All right, most of the heavy lifting is done. So you got the whole run, Jason. Beautiful job. If you got that whole run from the time that reversal took place, you sat through this. Tremendous job. Right? Tremendous job. Beautiful job stopping there at Green Week. Now headed to the Caribbean. Beautiful. There we go, guys. Look at that reversal. So it's almost like that selling didn't exist. Now we're coming to first shift highs. That bounce zone was phenomenal. So for us to unlock the next threshold, that next leg up, is break below 21. VIX is dropping precipitously to the downside. Okay? Dropping precipitously to the downside. And look at the people on our team, guys. Calling out the ideas, 1% of the portfolio. What else? A lot of them took advantage. 3 for 3, green. Look at that. 10.30. That's what the 10.26, 6K, up 6K. All right. Within the first hour. 90%. 117. 2 runners. 60%. 62%. Look at that, guys. 140%. Wow. Okay. 9% there, ROI. 32%. 107%. 50%. Oh, I didn't see that comment. Inputs 30%. Close to $500 off the opens first 7 minutes of the day. And these are the levels from this morning. Right? So it comes into this bounce zone, grabs those lows, starts to fuel back up the upside. Okay, so where does that put us? In third shift is, do we got to pause in the action? As far as that 15 pauses, comes back that PMH for that retest. Do we get further expansion? If you're looking for the most shallow expansion, of course, is first shift's highs. Our initial interaction with first shift's lows, we grab those lows, we chop, we grab those lows, we break out, we continue to push. So now, do we have enough room to expand even further, or is this going to be a magnet type of day? So far, think of it like this. Let me create some room for us to draw. So we have our open. Okay, we have our opening price. Okay, we peaked above it, got below it. Chop, broke out, got above it. And now we're here. Okay, so now we're here. This is what it looks like from a structural standpoint. So we grab first shift's lows. Okay, we grab those lows and we accelerated. Back the upside. Reversal. So now we already took out that open. We're green on the day. So as we approach these highs, so this is your time to get involved, of course, reversal, continuation, whatever it is, reclaim, that's your time to shine. As we approach these highs now, do we have enough fuel for further expansion? If we have enough fuel for further expansion, we'll continue to push above first shift highs. Or do we peak above it? Okay, do we peak above it, trap that as well, and get back to the daily open magnet? So this is going to be interesting to see how we interact. Because if we peak above it and we ends up turning into a trap, then we can classify this, okay, as a magnet type of day. So areas for us to participate is away from the magnet to the outside. Okay. That's some setups like that. So the inside out setups or outside in. So grab a lows and grab a highs. Okay. So far, this is where we are. So this is all up in the air so far. So this is what has yet to be determined. Okay, YTD. So this is all yet to be determined. Because the way we interact with this high here will tell us everything we need to know. For the next hour, not for the whole day. All right, we're not in the business of knowing what's going to happen for the whole day. Just for that particular shift. For that particular shift, for that particular hour, for that particular window of time. All right? It does no benefit for us to know which way it's going to go by the end of the day. It can take a zigzag and get to our price target. All right? But we want to know how we interact with these highs up here. All right? So do we break, continue to accelerate, and start working our way to that yearly open? That is a window. All right? We have that yearly open all the way up there. That is a nice runway. Do we have enough buying to expand and get back to yearly open? Which would be significant push by the bulls. So they're here. And they're serious to kick off the week. Yearly open leads us all the way into these highs up here. Okay. Nice little break at the top of that orb as well. Not really. Just a break above that 5-minute orb. That 15 is 682.78. Waves are waving nicely. Waves are waving nicely. Good morning, Mixon. Good morning, Nico. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So same thing. We want that same thing to take place. We want the VIX to collapse under 21, continue to accelerate. Collapse under 21, continue to accelerate. If you're looking to go further dated, the 685s, they're 75. They're 75 cents. The 681s, they're 279. They started off at 40 cents. But granted, you had to hold and play this entire thing through using the 5-minute as your guiding light. No interruptions on the 5. No interruption on the 5. So in this case, 685 yearly open. If we can get above that, continue to expand. The VIX gets below 21 is the way to go. So in this case, you're buying high, selling, and looking to sell higher. Okay, so I want to see how we interact with those highs. All right, let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Let's get the likes up. Let's get to 50 likes before 11:30. And we'll do a giveaway. We haven't done a giveaway in a long time, but we need to hit that like threshold. We're about 4 subs away from hitting 70. So let's get the subs up as well. If you're a first-time viewer, welcome to the team. Welcome aboard. We go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join our community to accelerate your learning and take advantage of these opportunities. And make sure to go check out that video from last week. So I'll try to do it on a weekly basis. I'll post those videos that compile all the trades that I took throughout the week on live. All right. If you haven't watched it, go back and watch how we went from Tuesday, that red day on Tuesday, we bounced back for the rest of the week. That framework is something that you can implement yourself. All right. How do you respond when you get punched in the face? All right. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. That's a famous Mike Tyson quote. All right. How do you respond? Everyone has a plan. Everyone has levels. Everyone has setups. All right. I'll say most traders, okay, have setups, levels, have some understanding of risk management protocols, know how to execute the trades. But when things don't work in your favor and you get punched in the face, how do you respond? So you want to have the appropriate response, because if you're in a fight, you can't go unscathed in a fight. That's very rare. Okay? Very rare for you to go 5 rounds. It's a 5-round fight. This week is 4 rounds. We'll use each day as a round. Very rare for you to go 5 days unscathed. It's possible, but you're not going to do that every week, every fight. Some fights are harder than other fights. It's a different opponent. SPY is basically a different opponent every week. All right. Sometimes it's a southpaw. Sometimes it's orthodox. Sometimes it's a counter striker. Sometimes it's it's a power puncher. Right. So how do you respond round to round, shift to shift, day to day? All that is laid out on that video. So it's going to be very tremendously beneficial for you to go watch that. And I encourage you to do the same thing to a certain extent. If you are trading from home, you have the opportunity to record your screens and go back and watch. That's what I do all the time. I go back and watch. Okay. Good morning, Brad. Good morning, Brad. Number 25. Used to trade more SPY 0DTs, but have been stuck on QQQs lately. Looking to get back to trading some both days. Yeah, so SPY, QQQ, IWM, all are great. All are great. Those are the big 3. We're above that orb here, that 5-minute orb. So we're well above that daily open. We're well above that daily open. We're trending to the upside, expanding. We're looking to target that yearly open. The orb on the Qs. The orb on the Qs is 60220. 60220. Look at this, guys. Look at that program buying. So the monthly and daily buyers, monthly and the weekly buyers stepping in. So these are the bigger picture institutional buyers on the weekly and the monthly. All right. Heavy hitters. They pick it up and push it back up. So now we are on the verge of going engulfing candle on the daily. Engulfing candle on the daily is very possible as long as we stay above that 50% retrace. Okay, so that setup, the best level, of course, for that retest is this level here. If this wave can start catching up to it, that would be even better. So here, this would be the optimal area where a lot of things will be determined. All right, this would be the healthy bounce. Healthy bounce. This is, of course, shallow. That comes into play. I'll probably take that all the way back to that yearly open. All right, something further dated, just sit back and let it cook. All right, something like that. Of course, you take it piece by piece, but if you're looking to take the push into yearly open, that would be a great thesis. Just like here, right? Just like here, it didn't make a lot of sense down here. But it's going to be predicated on how we interact with this first shift highs. Okay, first shift highs. Oh, let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. We got 49 people joining us, 48 people joining us. 50 likes is the goal. $50 likes. The likes are currency on YouTube, guys. The likes are the currency. So now things are getting interesting. So the poll now is so bullish or bearish this week. We got 53% of the people saying we're bearish and 47% of the people saying we're bullish. So it was 50-50 before, and now it's starting to separate. We're starting to separate. Who's done for the day? Strikers, anyone done for the day? Anyone else done for the day? Took orb 3 calls. Beautiful. It's a good time just to be on low size, small size lottos. If you're green, outside of that, be done. Because what's happening is those gradual moves, slow grind higher is looking to potentially play out. If that wave can catch up, that'd be great. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, back. All right, let's see if we can continue to push a little lower here. 5-minute pullback. Our first 5-minute pullback in this entire time. First 5-minute pullback after that massive run up. And no surprise it takes place. So if you do a 50-50 here, same thing. Nifty 50. That'll lead you all the way down here. So I want to see how we interact. we interact with that level up there. How do we interact with this 50% retrace? So this turned out to be a trap. All right, so you can see we got above those highs, peaked above those highs, and now we're trying to return maybe back to that weekly open. We'll see. So far, no response off that level. I wanted to see a more aggressive response. So no buyers off there. The selling pressure up here too aggressive. A lot of profit taking. And this would be kind of the middle. The magnet would be here. Okay, so now another 5-minute stretch, pulling back on the 5 as well. Continue to pull back. We're coming to PMH. Can we get a response off PMH? And look what's bouncing. The VIX bouncing off that 21. VIX bouncing off that 21. So this looks like it just wants to go to the very ends of the earth. Okay, grab those highs and go the other way. So do we get some sort of response off that PMH? No response. That would be something to see there. Okay, look at that. We just sliced right through it. Slice right through it, right at that PMH. Wow. Selling off aggressively. Okay, doesn't want to go back all the way to 50-50. 50-50 is in this territory. We're at that first wave on the 5. We slice and dice with a 50% retrace of the daily. So again, if we want to go engulfing candle, we need to get above this, stay above it, and try to push into these highs. If not, we return back to being a shooter. And if we fall back below, we return back to being a doji. And if we fall back below that daily open, it becomes a bearish doji. So look, you see? So we're teetering between being a hammer and a doji. All right, so for us to have an attempt at pushing into these highs by end of day, having a super aggressive day, we need to stay above 50% retrace. We're starting to see some buyers coming in off that PMH. Is it enough to shift there and shift that 5-minute potential 5-minute hammer? Would help. We're starting to see same thing with the Qs, PMH, same thing with the Dow. Looking to test that first wave and that VWAP. See if that selling can start to die down on the VIX. If the VIX can start going south, that'd be great. I wish I didn't erase our diagram here. I think it's still up there. Yeah, I think I erased it. So now we have a good idea what we got going on. See, you go hammer on the 5 here. That continued push. We already reversed on the 1. If you like the 1 reversal, you're probably already in. If you like to wait for the 5, continue to wait. Be on the lookout for a hammer on the 5, on SPY, and the Qs, and the Dow and IW. That hammer needs to lead us above 681.50, 681.89. 681.89 needs to lead us above that, which is a 50% retrace. 50% retrace on the daily. Okay, so we need that push. What would help the case is, of course, if the VIX can slice through 21 and continue to push lower. That would help our case. Okay, we got 54 people joining us on YouTube. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps, join our community. Let's get to 50 likes. We'll do a giveaway. We usually run our stream till 11:30. Okay, so we'll stretch it out to 12. If you're just joining, we already took 3 trades. All the 3 trades were within the first hour. Puts here, nice double-digit gain. We got stopped out double digits. Another double-digit gain here as well, and stopped out on runners. We did discuss that nice little reversal. We walked through it. We walked through the reclaim. We walked through all that stuff, but had no horse in the race. Okay. VWAP might actually be Okay. VWAP is right at that 50-50. So VWAP, very similar to this 50-50. The inverse is true. So the VWAP is near that 50-50 as well here. Okay, it's within that area. You can see 50-50. So if you're waiting for this 50-50 setup, you need to wait here. Just set the alert there and wait. And that 50-50 is valid as long as these highs are not taken out. Once these highs are taken out, that retracement is out the window. That turns into a very shallow retracement. If that makes sense, okay? So with that shallow retracement, do we have enough fuel to get back above 681.89? That daily 50% retrace? Do we have enough fuel? Do we have enough fuel? I like how the contracts are cheaper now. The contracts have returned to some level of normalcy. They're a little cheaper. I'm looking at the 685s. Everything is lotto from this point on. A little further out. See if we can hold above 681.89. So potential push back into that yearly open. See if we can pull back just a little bit. Okay, it's starting to go. Look at that. What a reclaim. Nice hammer break. Just like that. So nice reclaim there. Base fueled off of that nice retest of this PMH. Nice retest of that first wave. Breakdown on the VIX. Keep your eyes on Amazon, Nvidia, Tesla. If we can continue higher over the week, be aware of OPEX. Yep, OPEX is weak. Anyone catch this? Anyone catch that reclaim? If you did, beautiful job. For Lotto's back into 685. If you did it, that's fine as well. If you can pull back, if you can come back in, I'll be there. Looks like most of our team is done. 15-minute on the verge of reversing as well. Maybe engulf around the 15. We'll see. Pull back in. We'll be there. So those 685s at this point, they got as high as 88 cents. Right, so those can go 100% fairly quickly. Keep in mind, the cheaper the contracts, the shorter the path it is for it to 100%. It's just the law of numbers. Right, for a contract that's, let's just say a contract that's $10, right? It has a shorter path to get to 100% than a contract that's worth $100. Although the percentage is the same, it has a shorter path, okay? Hourly is bullish. That was a nice little dip back into it. The orb 682.78 is back there. If you still trade it past 11:30. I like how the VIX is staying below 21. I like how the VIX is staying below 21. Yeah, if we can start cracking under 20. The drop from 21 on the VIX to 20, if that opens up, our run into yearly open opens up. Okay, that opens up as well. So this 5-minute candle is already reversing. All right, it's a matter of in the next 32 seconds, does it continue its reversal? We're already directional on the 4 hour. Okay, let's take a look at the 4 hour. 4 hour, we're bullish. Hourly, we're bullish. 12 hour, we're engulfing. Daily, right? We're starting to lean towards hammer. So this 50-50 will be valid as long as these highs don't get taken out. If these highs get taken out, then it's off the table. That 50-50 is off the table. Looking for the 690s, Jimmy, the 690s. They're 690s, yeah, they're dirt cheap. They're like 3 cents. Or are you looking for price to get to back to 690, 695? Okay, yeah. Yeah, if the contracts are like 2 cents, 3 cents, 4 cents, it's too close to zero. All right, that's just like a complete total, a lotto, and that's what a lot of the communities do, right? For deceptive marketing. All right, what they do is, I think I told you this before, guys, what the traders do with larger communities for deceptive marketing is they buy the calls, all right? They buy the calls and they buy the puts way out the money. All right, so they'll buy the 690s, they're like 3 cents right now, or the far out of the money, 5-6 points out the money, maybe 10 points out the money, puts as well, and calls as well. And as soon as price moves, one of them will go up 100, 200%, and the other one will go to complete loss. All right, or just the loss won't be realized, and then you get a screen grab of the one that's up 200%. All right, so be very, very careful in chasing those big gains. If you want those big gains, it's not difficult to get those massive percentages if you're playing that game. If you're playing the game of looking to trade full-time, looking to trade even part-time and really extract something out of the markets, then you're not too concerned about 500, 300, 200%. You're looking for something that's sustainable day in and day out. All right, so be very, very careful. Because say if contracts are 2 cents, 3 cents, right? They're so close to zero, anything going against you will just put them back to zero or put them back to 1 cent. Okay? Who's on board for 50-50? I'll be on board for 50-50 if we can hold those highs. All right, if you took that nice little bounce here, that 5-minute reversal, you should be good. All right, so the main question is, do you want to use trading to play a game of seeing who has the biggest return, screenshot? Do you want to play the screenshot game, or do you want to play a game how it's meant to be played? Okay, put a process in place and extract profits regularly. There's 2 types of traders playing 2 types of games. At the beginning, of course, at the beginning of our journey, we all play that game in the beginning. But at some point in time, that game doesn't get you anywhere. Right? You get the big wins. A few days later, big loss, get everything back. Big win, big loss, get everything back. That volatile swing up and down, okay, eventually will grind you down, and you'll just eventually start to crack under pressure. You want something sustainable. You want something sustainable, especially if you're looking to do this for a long period of time. If time is on your side, leverage the time that's on your side. Okay. Get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video. We got 54 people joining us, 55 people joining us. Then that's the highest number of people that's joined us on live. So again, thank you for tuning in. A lot of you must be new. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. We'll look to wrap up this stream at 12 o'clock. Okay. If we can get 50 likes, so maybe extend it by an extra 30 minutes. Majority of the move took place. There's a scalp opportunity there to back the upside. Nice little trap to the downside. A reversal already reversed. So now let's go back for a quick second and go back to the illustration we were discussing. So if you were joining us earlier, we had that open, okay, that magnet. We opened up above it, okay. We got below it. We swept those lows. We drove back above it. And that was and we were basically sitting right here. And I talked about the importance of us knowing what could potentially take place by monitoring the interaction between these highs. So we get above those highs, and then we start pushing back the downside. Okay, so now this is where we are now. So earlier we didn't know what can take place. We just had this illustration. And then what we do know is, of course, we grab those lows. So we talked about some setups in that area. So we trap, we push back the downside. So now the outside in setup played out. Now, if you're looking at that 50-50 near the magnet, you're looking to go inside, back out. Inside, back out. Back out to the upside. Let's make that green. Of course, if we hold that 50-50, if we slice and dice through 50-50, retrace, reject, VIX shows some signs of life, back to downside. So the ones who are participating on the edge already got compensated. Okay, we got that nice little initial scalp back into it. If you recall that scalp, off that 50% retrace, and that leads us to a push lower. So now we're on our way back to that magnet, and that magnet happens to be slightly above, okay, slightly above, let me get this drawing here, slightly above VWAP, okay, and that VWAP happens to be in the neighborhood of the 50-50. Okay. So that's where we are now. So we already saw this play out. So if you're bullish, you want to see bullish activity off that 50-50. Okay, you want to see some bullish activity off that 50-50. Okay, so preferably a hammer. Some sort of combination. If you're bearish, you want to see a slice and dice. Under that 50-50. Okay. So all your brain power is going to have to be allocated at that 50-50 if you're looking for the next idea. Okay. So that would be the healthy point. We're trying to use this 50% retrace of the daily for that nice push higher. Keep in mind, we are direction on the daily to the downside. Now waves are waving on the 5. So perfect world is give maybe one more rejection. We start to fuel back up and then go. That'd be ideal. But if we just break out now, that's okay. Just let it go. And then you can say, hey, you know what? Do we have enough fuel off of this breakout? You'll pose that question once again. Do we have enough fuel off of this breakout? All right. Assess the environmental conditions of this breakout to go even further into those highs and beyond. Do we have enough fuel? Do we have enough liquidity? Ideally, you want to see separation from 21 on the VIX, okay? Hello, Bud. First time here from Medford, Oregon. Glad to be here. Absolutely. Welcome aboard, guys. If you're a first-time viewer, welcome aboard. We go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Primary live trading SPY. We do also trade on some other names when they do present an opportunity. Usually midweek. We did have a handful of names we're watching today. We have our alert set. But I share that with the group every day. So in the morning, every day, just to give us a little more diversity of names to trade, we go over all those names. Took SQQ 598 puts here, 99 cents. Okay. QQQ, not SQQ. QQQ. Strikers will do the end of stream poll. End of stream poll here. Oh, you took the orb. If you took the orb, you want to hold above it. Use the waves in your favor. See if you get a nice little flag on the 5. That flag on the 5 looks beautiful. Okay. See if all the flags across the board can play out. First area of the 5-minute orb territory is POC 682.33. You're going to see a continued push above it. Prior day close, a 50% retracer right here. Is that enough to get us above? Is that enough to get us above? So let us know how you did, guys. I'm really looking to improve or looking to extract more out of runners going into the end of the month. Okay. Like this one right here. Just giving it a little bit more time to breathe. If I was in the puts here, got a nice little drop. And I was looking to be more patient, but giving it a little more time to breathe. Okay, didn't get that full continued close above it. Eventually got stopped out. A positive stop out, but that's when it just completely dropped. I was looking to re-engage, and on a candle like this, if you do decide to re-engage, right, this one, it paid off because it was just a complete drop. You're probably going to get filled all the way down here, right, and happened beautifully. But I'm glad a lot of you were able to capitalize off of that, stick to your position, take the profits, and then extract. All right, so that was the best opportunity so far. Next to that, we did see that reversal take place. And this reversal gave a better opportunity than this, but took longer to take place. Okay, it took longer to play out, I should say. All right, longer to play out. So I did give back a little bit of profit here. I made back some here. But ending the day here green, but just looking just to take advantage of maybe 1 or 2 lottos and be done for the day. Okay, so make sure to answer the poll question. Let us know how you did. Just chop, chop, chop. Keep in mind, we're internal to the second shift's range. We're internal to second shift's range. We are internal to second shift's range. Our goal this month, guys, is to get to 3K subs. We're about 130 subs away. It's very doable with your support, so make sure to subscribe to the channel if you do find value from our channel. If you have any questions, put your question in the chat. We're nearing the end of the stream. I will do a quick rundown of some tickers. Again, 50-50 still up for grabs. We can see this flag brewing on the 5. See if that 50% retrace of that daily 681.89 can hold, along with that prior day close. No trades today. Work is very hectic. May look at power hour for lottos or swings. Good. And good on you for not right? Trading, having the discipline not to trade when you're occupied or very busy at work. Sometimes we try to trade despite knowing that we're busy, right? Trying to rush those opportunities. And that shows a lot of experience and trading maturity, right? In the beginning, it was just a matter of just getting any trade off, right? Getting any trade off, seeing if it can work in your favor. Okay, see if you get that continued break. Do we have enough momentum from here to lead us into shift highs? That's that initial runway from here to here. And then once we do get that 50-50 is off the table. And then now, do we have enough room from these highs to get to 685 and eventually 685.71, which is that yearly open? For us to go engulfing on the day, guys, we need to get above 686.26 or 25. I like how the VIX is dumping here. POC hold is beautiful. Again, the VIX is the IVs returning to some level of normalcy. So nice hold here. Look at the VIX, guys. VIX is at 2040, 2060, I should say. Nice break there. So we had this hold. We had this 50-50 here. So this decided to hold, and now we're getting that continued push higher. Okay. So for us to go engulfing on that daily, this is the target. And right below that, we do have that yearly open. So what that means is for us to go engulfing on the daily, which means enough buyers step in off of that weekly and that monthly and that daily, because that daily did test, came very close to that 100 EMA. 100 EMA. So even if the day ends like this, going into tomorrow, barring a gap down below prior day lows, this is setting up for a bullish sequence back the upside. Okay, that's what it's setting up for. So even if the bulls can just keep it right here, they did their job for the day, right? They just can't give back ground back below 681.89, right? So at least hold this. If they can maintain this, that'd be great. If we start gravitating back towards that weekly open, that daily open, we start leaning towards being a doji, similar to Friday. Okay, Friday's action was a pure textbook magnet day. All right. And look at this. Just like that. Nice trap. Okay. Another orb, 9 calls. Okay. I like how you're sizing up. Chill. Artem decided to go with Alani. The energy drink is really tasty. This morning, beverage of choice today. Nice little bull flag trap. If you don't know how to trade the bull flag, all right, so let's put it this way. This bull flag does take place. 2 traders take it. Okay, 1 trader can take it, be green. 1 trader can take it, be red. What's going to determine the difference is the trader's experience, where the entry is, where the stop is, how they manage the position. So it can be the same. 2 traders can trade the same thing and have 2 different outcomes. Right? So what does that boil down to? That boils down to the trader's way, or how the trader manages the position. How the trader engages the opportunity, what's the entry model, and how does that trader manage the position. So 1 trader can take this break, nice push, and be completely out. Once you're completely out, you already won. You can care less what takes place after the fact. Another trader can be partially out, take a majority off, and still be in the position. Another trader can be in the full position, targeting those highs there. So that really comes down to what type of trader are you, right? So same opportunity, multiple ways to approach it. Multiple ways to approach it. And depending on how you approach it, right, will depend on your time horizon as well. If you think it's going to play out, you're going to give them a little more time. Maybe you're further dated. Maybe you have a couple of DTEs. If you're looking just to take advantage of the opportunity right in front of you, you're in those zeros. Right? So that's what's so interesting about trading. Right? It could be the same setup, but two traders have two different results. So what it boils down to is how you engage the opportunity and how you manage the opportunity, how you manage the trade. Okay. That 50-50 still in play, still in play. Let's see if that can give. Nice structural break back below that 681.89. That drives us to 50-50. That would be gorgeous. So this is all based on first shift highs. First shift highs, we got it above it. We peaked above it, rejection. We peaked above it, rejection. We peaked above it, rejection. So does this rejection, does it have enough fuel to drop us and break this support? So the 50-50 territories here. So if you stretch it out, go into these highs, there's a general vicinity. And this is actually JB posted earlier, unicorn. All right, so you can see, nice little push. Okay, we get a low. We get a pop. Low gets swept. We get a shift. And now we're right here. So we sweep those lows. So the testing the breaker is right there, and that happens to be where that 50-50 is. So we're basically right here. All right, so if you're playing the unicorn, this is a test of the breaker. So here, in this territory. So multiple things converging, that's what you like to see. The more things that converge with your setup, the better. All right, the better. So we'll let that, we'll wait for that. If it breaks those highs, we'll wrap up. If it comes into it, we'll take it. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to subscribe. So a lot of the action takes place early. So again, if you want to capitalize off the action early, you got to show up at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Let's get the likes up, guys. I want to do the giveaway. I haven't done a giveaway in a long time. So 50 likes will do the giveaway. How are those puts looking, Brad? We're under that yearly open, 100%. QQQ breaking down under 50 MA. QQQ. On the 5, what time frame are you looking at QQQ? So QQQ is sitting right at that 20, between that 9 and that 20, above that PMH, above that VWAP. I'm looking at on the 5 and the jaws of that wave. So we are seeing divergence between the Qs and SPY. SPY took out those highs. Qs failed to take out those highs. So what of a double top, relative double top on the Qs after rejecting off POC 601.30. So we're starting to go a little sideways here during this shift. Little sideways action. Okay. Little sideways action. 1 minute, okay. 1 minute on the Qs, okay. Yes, right under that 50 on the 1 minute. I can see that. See if you can hold. The Qs is we're starting to be a little range bound here in this territory. All right. Let's get that 50-50 territory. Boom. There we go. Okay, set an alert. Okay, this is the most important level. 679.73, 680.19. That's going to be critical. So that's what I'll wait for. My next ID will be tied to this area. If we get it, great. If we don't, we'll be wrapping up the day. All right, and tomorrow, let's take a look at tomorrow. What we got in store for tomorrow. Today we didn't have a lot of major catalysts on the calendar. Tomorrow, 8:30, we got core durable goods. And, of course, at 2 p.m., we have FOMC minutes. And then Thursday, unemployment claims in pre-market. And then Friday, GDP, PCE, so on and so forth. So relatively light week on the calendar. Starting to go a little trampoline brick wallish in this territory. Some resistance up here. So if we do get into this territory, I'm asking for a bounce back above PMH, back above daily 50% retrace, take out those targets, and then at least come into this territory. Once it comes to that territory, if it wants to be resistance, so be it. All right? But if you get that breakaway, then that's when you get that nice, you have a comfortable seat in the position, and then you're within striking distance from yearly open. Okay, once you get the yearly open, there's a good chance we go engulfing on the daily. All right, so very, very interesting, guys. A lot of things up for grabs. Okay, a lot of things up for grabs here. Okay. Be nice to get a pull back at the view op, set a stop. I can see that. Okay. What's moving and grooving? What's moving and grooving here? All right. So far, Bitcoin is down another 1.7%. Bitcoin is at 67,000. Silver, 73. Gold pulling back. Gold is back below 5K. It's at that 40, on the verge of testing 4,900. Okay, what's pulling back here? Okay, we're seeing a nice bounce on Apple, 2%. Apple's up 2%. Walmart pulling back. Okay, Walmart pullback looks interesting. That can be that rotation out of Walmart. Walmart does have earnings coming up. There's going to be some profit taking here. Netflix, nice breakdown. That was one of the names we talked about this morning. Robinhood, double inside. So the fact that it's double inside, it sets it up. This sets it up for tomorrow. All right. XYZ. Nice reversal on XYZ. I was looking for a continued push to the downside. Took out the upside. Reversal. Either way on the inside. Disney. Nice break. TSM. Nice break. SoFi. SoFi is about to go engulfing. SoFi takes out that 1985. 1985. All right. 1985. We can see an engulfing candle on SoFi. Back the upside. And that could actually be potential nice swing on SoFi. Hold on. All right. I like SoFi at 1841. Notoriously, I like SoFi at 20. All right. SoFi is down. This actually looks very appealing. SoFi is down 41%. Okay. SoFi. So one thing. What do we have so far? Let's put the pieces to the puzzle together. Okay. So reversal. So number one, price action. Let's walk through it. Number one, price action. Okay. sign of reversal. Check. Number 2, divergence. Okay. When we use a relative strength, you can see there's divergence. What do I mean by that? All right, we made a lower low. RSI made a higher low. Number 2. Number 3. All right, we're coming into a major psychological level. 20. We're below that 20. Okay, number 4. All right, higher time frames. We're going against the time frames and the higher time frames. So 3 areas of confluence on SoFi. If you took that early entry on SoFi off that 4 hour, all right, 1970, they all sound like significant dates. SoFi's levels always sound like significant dates below 20. They all sound like significant dates. All right, so keeping a close eye on SoFi here. We haven't extracted profits on SoFi in a long time. We'll keep a close eye on SoFi. ExxonMobil starting to slide here. Microsoft starting to slide. So this is turning into a broad market sell-off as we're rotating out of those names. All right, so that was the number 1 question. Number 1 question going to today, is this a rotation or is this a broad market sell-off? Okay, nice little structural break here. We're coming into that PMH. He's back into those highs. So nice little breakdown. Structural breakdown is all fueled by first shift highs. All fueled by first shift highs. Slow grind. So if you participate on the edge, that's your entry to the downside. You take that scalp to the downside. Okay, we're at PMH. Okay, nice slice and dice through PMH. Structural break here. VIX is hugging that 21. VIX hugging that 21. The housing market is starting to look grim with last reports off 40,000 foreclosures. SPY's been in the $20 range since October 2025. SPY price in February, regular expiry with either 700 to the upside, 671. That's a nice range there. Okay, that PMH is right there. Everything's starting to pull back. The Q's VWAP is at that 597.95. The Dow headed towards VWAP. Everything's starting to head towards VWAP. Synchronized selling here on the 5 and the 15. Hourly still inside. Hourly still inside. We do have that nice little bounce off that 691.02 available, right? Just on its own. Also 599.42 on the Qs. Okay, that nice little PMH bounce. 50 likes, guys. 50 likes. 50 likes. First time viewers, let us know where you're joining from. I'm looking at the 680, 684s. By the time they do get into that territory, might even go to the 683s. The 683s will probably be priced at $30 if we get that drop into this territory. We can get a bounce off this PMH. If we're looking for the conclusion of third shift, we're about 15 minutes away. And third shift's range will be look how tight that range is. Okay. In comparison to what we saw. So a nice expansion to the downside. Bounce 50%, 50-50 setup. Reversal, expansion to the upside. And now chop. And now chop, chop, chop. ATR's $1.13, guys. Make sure that's on the 5. Make sure it's on the 5. Okay, yeah, that's pretty significant ATR. One thing is we need to stop hugging this 21 on the VIX. All right, the fact that we're hugging at the 21, that's what's not leading us to some sort of expansion, but more of this back and forth activity. We do have that PMH and this second wave on the 5. All right. Still the jaws that wave. PMH right there. So I just need one little drop. Make a run at that resistance. All right. What is the invalidation marker? In this case, if that does come to fruition, slice and dice right through it. We slice and dice right through it. No buyers show up there, or buyers start showing up. And I take the calls with the buyers that are showing up. But if the buying activity is not sufficient, we get below VWAP, we start to drop, right? Then you get stopped out. So I'll be patient for that 50-50. 50-50, 50 nifty. Patient. And that'll be the last trade of the day. So no trades in second shift. No trades in third shift. 3 trades out the gate. So nice double-digit gain there. Stopped out double digits. Double-digit gain there. 3 trades out the gate. Yeah, Webull is getting a lot of the prediction market activity. You guys see it? The prediction market, similar to Kalshi. How Webull has that. So you can even make a prediction on inflation in February 2026, CPI year over year. Right, so everything is bettable now. Everything is bettable. Okay. How we doing, strikers? How we doing? I know a lot of you are done for the day. So congratulations to those of you who are done. Anyone else have any questions? Let me know. Just waiting here for that opportunity. it comes to fruition, we'll take advantage. If not, we'll wrap up. Okay, as we wait for this opportunity, 5-minute reversal. Candle back above 50% retrace. Again, it needs to get above here. 681.89. That is available for that reclaim to these highs, but I want to see if I can get off this low here. Okay, I think there's one more drop. One more drop left in it. One more drop left in it. Especially if you can't hold that 680.02. High temperature for Denver today is bettable. Wow. Yeah, everything's bettable now. Let us know where you're joining from, guys. Let us know where you're joining from, state, country, continent. We do have an international audience. Most of you are stateside. Chop, chop, chop. Now look at the VIX. VIX is hugging that 21. So throughout the day, the first hour and the second hour, we were slicing and dicing through levels. We're using those levels as ranges. We were going from one end to the other end to the other as well. And now we're basically hugging a level. So that's an indictment of the action we're seeing now on SPY. Qs inside on the 5. They're right at that PMH. The Dow also inside. SPY is getting close to that VWAP. So the poll, guys, the poll on YouTube is split 50-50. We got over 40 votes. Question is bullish or bearish this week? 50% say bullish, 50% say bearish. Nice weather here in Milwaukee. Yeah, here is nice. It's a little chilly, but nice and sunny. Okay, let's see if we get that nice little break. If you're looking for that structural break, that nice little flag that you look for. Okay, there we go. There we go. See if you can sustain that into that territory. I'm looking at the 684s. That's a beautiful break. If you're taking those puts, you see that structural break, second time around. So I'm allowing that break to open the door for this 50-50. So think of this idea as basically lotto here. North Carolina. I'm streaming from North Carolina. I want that continue to push lower, continue to push lower. The optimal way is to wait for that 5-minute hammer in that territory. If you're like to front run, of course, once it gets into it, some sort of activity, price action on the 1. But if you're looking for that confirmed way, get that 5-minute close, get the hammer, use that 5-minute candle as your gauge to allocate your risk, so on and so forth. All right, so there's multiple ways to approach it. Multiple ways to approach it. Multiple ways to approach it. So let those contracts lose value. And we're coming to the conclusion of third shift as well. So that's even more encouraging. All right, from the standpoint of this could be shifts lows. We can see a grab of those lows. I want it to drop a little more. If it decides to go, I mean, if it decides to go, it goes. Maybe a 5-minute reversal would be the best way to go about it. Hold both PMH, 2 down, 2 up on the 5. All right. Before it gets into that 50-50, that 50 nifty. So that 5-minute reversal, if you do play 5-minute reversals, okay, you need that break and hold. Do you like the hammer? Hammer right there. All right. I wanted to come into those lows. We're 5 minutes away from the conclusion of third shift. Midday trading. You guys know what that entails. A lot of choppy action back and forth. If the VIX can start rejecting out that 21, that's going to be nice. If we get above 681.51, that'll be that 5-minute reversal, slightly before that 50-50. Slightly before that 50-50. Above 681.51. Another case can be one more drop for inverse head and shoulder as well. Okay, so a lot of things taking place, a lot of signs of reversal in this territory brewing. And what are we reversing? Just reversing this most recent sell-off, this structure here. Okay, that 5-minute did trigger. See if that has enough fuel to get us above that prior day close and 681.89, which is that 50% retrace. My sweet spot is in this territory. So that 5-minute break is right here. Okay. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. We usually go until 11:30, 12 o'clock. We're really trying to be patient for this last setup, trying to get it on live. If you're interested in joining our community, take a look at the short video that goes over the features of our private live trading and training mentorship community. And we'll be back on the other side.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a Spy Striker today, and take your trading to the next level.
Okay, we're back on YouTube. Again, if you're interested in joining our community, the links are available in the description. Take advantage of the February trial. Use the code TRIAL30, save 25% off your first month. You'll have access to all the resources. Delay-free, ad-free stream, pre-market plan stream, and so much more. Okay, now this 5-minute reversal off those waves is starting to go. See if that was enough fuel to push us above that 681.75 and 681.89. Okay. So for the 50-50, we need this rejection here. All right, we need a rejection, maybe back the downside. If it just takes off, that opens up the door. Okay, that we do have enough fuel and a potential access to this runway here. All right, so in this case, you have two different entries, right? Your entry here is more of a reclaim rather than a pickup off those lows. Two different entries. If you took the 681.51 break, that's up nicely. POC 682.33 here. I like that rejection off that 21 on the VIX. That was nice. That 15-minute bounce on the 15-minute reversal is well brewing. We have that hourly breaker as well brewing. Okay, we're starting to rock and roll here. So the 684s, to give you some context, they were at 29 cents. They're at 60 now. They are at 60. All right, the back and forth is what kills the premium. So now we have third shift highs, third shift lows. The 50-50 is still in play as long as there's no new highs made. Once the new highs are made, we're no longer trying to retrace this move. So you get one more little drop. If you did take that reversal, the hammer, you did see a nice double-digit appreciation there. That was about 70 cents. 70 cents to the upside. 70 cents to the upside. Look at that. You see that? You see that? Back and forth, forth and back. The algos are in control now. So I want them to sweep this liquidity here along with that 50-50. Okay, see if we can do that. That'd be great. Okay, coming to those lows, we have that PMH at 681.02. PMH at 681.02. PMH at 681.02. Nice little dump there. Nice little trap above those highs. Okay, see if we can grab those lows down here, 50-50, and that'll be the last idea of the day. Okay, in the meantime, guys, on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. 50 likes will do a giveaway. 50 likes will do a giveaway. As long as we're live, if we can get 50 likes, we'll do a giveaway. Okay, we're 7 likes away. And make sure to subscribe as well. $3K is the goal for by the end of the month. We can get there. So what a trap here, guys. So if you don't have the right entry, I mean, if you took this break here above this 5 minute, right? 681.51. This is more than enough. Okay, 67 cents. All said and done. That's well above a nice double-digit gain. Anywhere from 25 to 40%, depending on your entry, depending on how much of that piece you got. All right, so it takes that one target, takes another, come close to the third target. That hourly is inside. If you don't trade inside candles on the hour, right, we're inside on the hour. Inside on the extended trading hours candle, inside on the intraday candle from the very close, from the open to the close. So with both extended trading hours on and off, we're inside. We are inside here. So our rule is inside, don't decide. Our rule is inside, don't decide. That back and forth, the main thing is exercising patience here will save you a ton. Patience is a strategy. Patience at times is your edge. Patience is at times the best way to manage risk. Patience is a setup. Okay. Somewhat of an inverse head and shoulder in a vacuum, not right. So left, head, right, bounce off that PMH. Let's see if you can get the follow through to the upside. I want to grab with these lows. If you can give me that, that'd be great. Another setup is, of course, overcome this resistance. I believe that's a different line of thinking. So this has to be proven otherwise first. That has to be proven otherwise first. Hello, Anna. How's it going? Good afternoon. Again, if you're just jumping in for the first time, let us know where you're joining from. QQQ trying to go. Looks trappy though. Yeah, QQQ. There's a nice trap. Good call out on that trap. Nice engulfer on the 5. I just chopping around here, right? So look at this. Let's just go to the 15 real quick, right? When in doubt, zoom out. All right, so let's zoom out. So this gives us a little more context. We came into our bounce, that bounce area, got that reversal. We got that pre-market high grab into that bounce area. So that's basically what the game plan was this morning. Pursue it into it. If there's some signs of life, take it back to the upside. And all of this is set in pre-market. So now we know the most important level right now is that yearly open, 685.71. Is this back and forth, just consolidate for that break to the upside? If you're using the 15 to answer that question, to solve that question, you're going to see a nice break and hold above that and continue push. Okay, because on the hourly, we're still inside. If I zoom out to the hour, you can see on the hour, the hourly breaker is right here. So let's go back to 15. All right. So if you believe this is just going to lead to a break on the 15, you want to see a strong close above here, continue push into this territory, and then trigger that hourly. If you're in the camp where you wait for that hourly candle to get decided, you want to hold above here. And maybe you're looking for that retest for that continue push higher. If you're in the camp where you want these lows to get swept like I am, to try to get the cheapest possible price, right? Then you're still waiting for that to take place. Okay? So everything is in pursuit of these highs up here. So my approach is let's get those contracts on the low, sell them on the high, or if we can decisively break on this 15, let's get those contracts on the high that'll pull back a little bit and sell it higher. Okay, so buy low, sell high, or buy high, sell higher. Because I do like this push. I do like that we're coming out of this bounce zone. Right? I do like that we're coming out of the bounce zone. So my invalidation marker on that buy low, sell high thesis, if we just get that breakdown, continue push lower. If we get that, we gravitate back towards these lows, and I'll be invalidated. Okay. So keep in mind, we're still inside on the hourly. First time here, Douglas, Arizona. New York, we got New York, Arizona. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Again, guys, make sure to join our community. We do have a free community. We do have a paid community. We'll go over all that at the very end of the stream. We're currently running a trial, delay-free, ad-free stream. We have a bunch of courses you can take advantage of if you're a beginner trader, advanced trader. This is our Discord. And this is the game plan this morning that's sent out. Every morning I send a game plan out. Okay. So you get the level, you get my levels, you get the zones, right? Every day in the morning. This morning I sent it out very early. All right, I was up early this morning. You can see every morning you get that. As far as our community is concerned, tremendous job on the team today. Most of them trade between 9:30 and 10:30. We have all sorts of traders sharing ideas, different styles, all coming together and empowering one another on our journey. All right, so we're cultivating an awesome community. If you're looking to join that kind of community, this is it. You found the place. If you're still a first-time viewer, tune in for a couple more episodes. Enjoy the live stream on YouTube. like it on YouTube, and then make your decision after a few streams. Okay, nice rejection there. Does that lead us into that territory? That'd be great. That's what I'm waiting for. Man, we've been waiting for a long time. Ever since these highs were made. So I've been waiting since 11:23. So almost an hour and some change. Okay. Hour and some change. Again, that PMH once again. PMH once again. That PMH once again. Okay. Coming in. We're coming in hot. Chop, chop, chop. Okay, look at that drop. Chop, chop, chop. Those lows have been grabbed. Oh, I wanted to come a little lower. Might be pinching pennies here. Lottos here, 684s. Did come tap into it, so I wanted to continue to push here. Want to see some signs of life on the 5. Want the buyers to respect that VWAP. VIX stay below 40. VIX stay below that 21. That'd be great. I definitely want the VIX at 41. I was looking at the concurrent viewers on YouTube, which is 46. That's where I got that number from. All right, we're starting to sell off here. We are They're starting to sell off. I want to come dip a little into it here. If we do go hammer off of this and accelerate off of those third shift lows, I might take it, but I want it to come into that 50-50 box. Okay. Right at that daily open. I want some buyers to start stepping in here. I want the VIX to hold 21. If we slice and dice through it, nothing for me to take. If we get a reclaim of 680.17, I'll be there. If we get a reclaim, I'll be there. If we just drop below it with minimal response from the buyers, there's nothing for me there. So I want to see some buying activity here because this is an aggressive sell-off. Wow. We just sliced right through that level. Still up for grabs. Okay, still that's just 1 minute. I want to see a nice little response off it. Okay, no entry quite yet. I want to see a nice hammer. The Qs are at view up as well. That rejection was gorgeous. Moment of truth coming up. Want to see a wick. Want to see a wick. Selling pressure is too strong, guys. And we overcame 21 with minimal hesitation. That 21 reclaim on the VIX was telling. So if we can get back below it, let the selling pressure die down a little bit, that'd be it. Get back above 680.17. Get back above 680.17. I want that 5-minute candle to go hammer. That'll be my entry criteria. Okay. Get back above that VWAP. And I need the VIX to start cooling off here. Need the VIX to start cooling off. This 5-minute candle has 3 minutes left. Has 3 minutes left. Okay, there we go. I'll take it right there. I'm in the calls. See if I continue to push. Okay, there we go. If you did take that manager quarterly up 10. Okay, TP where you need to. These contracts can move aggressively. There are lottos. I want that 5-minute candle to close above VWAP. That 5-minute candle is still up for grabs. So I want this to turn to a bigger move, hence it being a lotto. See that continue push. Okay, go. In the meantime, since we're front running the VIX here, we need this 5-minute candle to hold as a hammer. Okay, if you did take this, just TP where you need to. It's already up 10%. Or if you took it with in the money contracts, whatever you did take in that territory, double-digit appreciation already. Ideally, I want us to hold above those lows. I want that 5-minute candle to at least go hammer. Still has a minute left. Still a little early on that 5-minute candle. Give it a little bit of time to play out. In the meantime, need the VIX to start dialing back in. In the meantime, need the VIX to start dialing back in. If you're waiting for that 5-minute close, you have a minute left. That hammer is starting looking good. If you took that 1-minute reversal, you're possibly already in. Maybe you already took profits. Depends. Okay, there we go. Okay, did see 20. I want to continue to push. I want to continue to push. There we go. That's what we want to see. Okay, go. I want us to stay above those highs. 1 minute left on this 5-minute candle. Up 20%. I'm going to take some off there for good measure. Okay. At 20%. Felt like holding the whole thing, but I'll take some off right there at 20%. That's a responsible thing to do. And I'll see if this last runner can start to go. All right. It's a responsible thing to do. Take a majority off 20%. Let the last runner go. Don't want to turn down 20%. And then now let's see if this runner can really start to reverse and get to those highs. Okay, again, think of this as lottos. All right. That's why I sat in the position a little longer. See if we can hold this for the rest of the day. See if we can get 100% on this. All right, for us to get back to 100%, that's asking for us to move about $1.50. It's from where we are. If we can get to like 681.50, this can go 100%. Okay, now the 5-minute reversal is brewing now. The 5-minute reversal is above that 5-minute candle's high. If we break below those lows, close back below VWAP, I'll get out of there. All right, on the 1. Because this is a retrace reject off of shift lows. So I need us to reclaim these shift lows and start to push. Okay, we need a strong close above 680.46. I already took a majority off at 20%. Okay, don't like that response there. I want the VIX to get below 21. Get below 21. All right, so now we need to close above 680.46 for this to continue to go. Nice hammer on the Qs reversal there as well. That 5-minute candle getting some pushback there. See if we can make up ground on that wick. The Qs have that PMH right above at 599.42. So I don't want us to reject off of this first shift lows. If we reject out first shift lows, get back below that daily, get back below daily open, weekly open, get back below VWAP, then invalidation marker. All right. Trying to be patient here. VWAP line in the sand. I like how the Qs are. I like how the VIX is trying to get back below 21. Right. We might want to try to grab these lows and then go maybe, but if it gets below VWAP, I'll close out. Okay, I'll close out there at VWAP. Okay. So minus 10. So TP20 stopped at minus 10. Wanted to see if I can get more out of it, but that's pretty much all it gave. All right, so you can see with those first dated contracts, to get those large percentage gains, it's a shorter path, but the dollar amount is less. Okay, so from a technical standpoint, what I wanted to see if we have enough fuel to get back above that, right? So even though it's lottos, I can't disregard the fact that we're rejecting off of this. I can't just blindly say, you know what, we're rejecting off of that, let me just continue to hold blindly. So what's interesting here is instead of reclaiming these lows, we come back into those lows and reject it off those lows and continue to sell off. So the fact that we're giving up that 50-50, right, tells us a lot. Right, now we can start pushing back all the way to those lows. All right. All right, so not every trade is going to go all the way to the ceiling. All right, but you just take it for what it is. So in this case, the 50-50 played out beautifully. In this case, it gave a nice little pop, only to lead to a drop. Daily open couldn't hold, weekly open couldn't hold. All right, we had the 15-minute orb there. We had the VWAP, a lot of things in that territory. But primarily fueled by the rejection of the prior shift's lows. So now does this give us enough room to start dropping back into this territory here? Could be. We'll look to wrap up the stream here at 1 o'clock. Okay, again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe if we're at 50 likes by 1 o'clock. We'll go over our call to action. We'll go over, we'll do the giveaway, and then we'll wrap up. All right, done. Got 56% on puts. Sat through a lot of structural breaks. I'm out and done. Thank you, Gio. Appreciate you just listening out. Green on the day, taking a step back today. Things to work tomorrow. Better entries, absolutely. I could have done a better job here, right? Now that we're close to the end of the month, I have a little bit of a cushion. I can start pushing a little forward. If you really pay attention closely, you notice that in the beginning of the month, I'm a little more conservative with those runners because it's all about building a cushion. All right. If you treat every month like just a clean slate, if you treat every week like a clean slate, right, when you're doing well on that month, you can start pushing late end, the close of the month, you can start pushing a little bit if the opportunities are there, but not recklessly pushing, not holding everything to the end of the earth, right? But just strategically getting those holds. Today's drop, our team did a fantastic job managing that position. Those puts right here, right? 100% opportunity there. So a lot of our team members really executed to manage this position beautifully. All right. I still extracted double digits, right? But that last drop right here was beautiful. And it continued. So in this case, folks who take the 5-minute orb, 15-minute orb, retrace, reject, breakdown traders, synchronized selling, they capitalize off of that. Second trade here got stopped out. A little too shallow, but shot my shot there, keeping it tight. And then third trade, caught it to the downside, recovering some of this. And then fourth trade, just a complete lotto here. Waited hour and some change for it. Gave me 20%. Maybe if I just held on to it, didn't close it, right? Maybe it would be back down 10%, 12%, nothing too major. But best practice is to manage that position according to where it is. Take that 20, see if that last can go. If not, last bid can go. If not, just let it be. All right, so it is midday. We're in the middle of the action. We're in the middle of the day's range. Let's go back to our illustration real quick. And so now I want you guys to tell me in the chat, what type of day is today? All right. Okay, these are the options. Okay, option 1 is bullish expansion. Okay. Bullish expansion is 1. This is just from an intraday lens, okay? Not higher time frame. Option 2 is bearish expansion, okay? Option 2 is bearish expansion. We walk through it and we'll wrap up. If we're at 50 likes, we'll do the giveaway. All right? And option 3, that last little grab is magnet. Magnet. That last little grab, if you're still in those lottos, is what we wanted. I wanted that liquidity there. Okay. So you guys know this SAT shift-to-shift framework. So we'll throw that on. We'll throw that here. Okay. All right. We'll throw that here for illustrative purposes. All right. Shift-to-shift framework, SAT framework. So first shift, we know we got that magnet. All right. The first shift. So coming into the day, we just have the level. We peak above it. We drop. We come into some technical levels. That's fine, right? But I just want you to pay attention to the structure. We get some bounces. We come back. So we'll say this bounces like this. Okay, let's say this bounces like this. Okay, so from this point on, in that juncture, we're bearish. New shift comes along. We grab those lows. Okay. And then we start chopping back and forth, and then we expand. As we expand, okay, what is the most important thing? to pay attention to here, up here. Okay, so now what do? We get into this area now. What do? We do the same thing. When the next shift comes up, we get into it. We actually take it out on second shift. Okay, to be more accurate, we take it out on second shift. We push the downside. We don't quite get to that magnet. We get that break and we come here. Okay, so in first shift, okay, yeah, we have an expansion, bearish expansion. We get a complete breakdown. Second shift, we got that reversal. Right? These are all true. We got that reversal. We got that bullish expansion back the upside. Third shift, we got that back and forth. Right? But in the broader context, this is just leading us to the magnet. So we're really just running on a treadmill. All right? We're walking on a treadmill and then running on a treadmill. We're not really going anywhere. We're going somewhere only to get back to where we were. So now, if this is the kind of day if this is the kind of day we do have for the rest of the day, we chop around and we close near the magnet. I'll tell you what the magnet is. Right? On the daily, let's zoom out to the daily now. On the daily, the prior day on Friday, we got a candle that signals indecision. It's known as a doji. All right, so most of you are aware of what a doji is, but for some of you who don't know what a doji is, that's what a doji is. The reason why the doji is important, all right, outside of knowing what a doji is and how to classify a doji, it doesn't matter what color it is. It does matter, but it doesn't matter. I don't want you to get caught up on the color of the candle too much. Just understand what it means. What that means is there are some buyers present here. There are sellers present here. All right, so in this kind of environment, this is not favorable for expansion. This is kind of a magnet day. So this type of day, what we're seeing, translates to this type of day on the daily candle. All right, so on this type of day, the setups you want to look for are, again, inside out, outside in. So on Friday, we had this type of action. Today, if we get that same type of action, the only difference is we're just taking out the prior day's lows, okay, and just getting that action just down here, just below it. So when I was saying earlier, best case scenario for us right now, all right, is so far we're doing this. If we continue to sell out for the rest of the day, we'll go full body close below Friday's lows. That's bearish. If we start pushing, get back above that daily open, which we're at right now, and continue to expand and get above 50% retrace the prior day, that means there's a good chance, right? We either go hammer, or we can even possibly go engulfing by the end of the day. So that's what we're fighting for right now. We're stuck between being a doji and a hammer with pressure on both sides back-to-back days. From a directional standpoint, we did trade below Friday's lows and buyers picked it up. But the action and the price profile remains the same. All right, different location, same action. So a lot of buyers stepping up here. The only difference this time is the monthly buyers and the weekly buyers are stepping up. A lot of selling pressure here. So going into tomorrow, it's going to be critical what takes place today. Do we go hammer for tomorrow, or do we go doji, or do we just get back below that prior day low and close? If we go doji, we know that the selling pressure, buying pressure is persistent. If we go bigger body close, we get back below that daily open close here. That means sellers are getting squeezed, buyers are getting squeezed. Sellers are pushing lower. So if you're a bull, there's something you want to look for. If you're a bear, there's something you want to look for. If you're a bull, all right, you want to see best case scenario, right? It's just everything goes in your favor. You want to see a nice engulfer. That tells us that there was some sellers that were there, but they were in the way. Okay, they were in the way. Buyers just completely came off those lows and dominated everything north of those lows. Now that's one sign of this is the highest form of buying pressure. Right behind that is a hammer. That sets the stage for the next day. So it just really depends what camp you're in. So the buyers are looking for something, the sellers are looking for something. The sellers, what they need is they need this preferably to close below Friday's low. Okay? So now when we go back to this illustration, you can see in just the intraday action, we've seen everything. Okay, we saw the bearish expansion, bullish expansion. Now we're seeing the gravitation towards magnet. So now I want to, the setups that worked here, okay, the opposite took place here. The setups that worked here, the opposite took place here. I wouldn't say the opposite, but a different class of setups worked here. So here, break of those lows, grabs worked out, but just in the opposite direction. Expand, expand. Here is just chop. Brick wall trampolines working out. So the only way you can really identify what can take place next is by having this shift-to-shift framework and understanding where we are in relation to prior shifts, highs, lows, where we are in relation to that magnet, where we are in relation to some of those key levels. So those expansion setups, the ones who like to take continuations, okay, you make money here. They paid the bullish, the bearish continuation, the bullish reversal and continuation here. If you get greedy, you look for the same thing here. You give back everything you made here. That's why it's so important just to execute beautifully on that one shift and go either lotto mode or just be done for the day. Because more than likely, that price profiles continue to change. Last week, we were spoiled. I'll tell you why we were spoiled. Last week, we were in an expansion environment. So we get that nice little pump to the upside. We get that low. We get a nice little spike. We get that low. This was last week. This was all last week. Nice continuation expansion type of environment. Okay, we get a break. Those breaks lead to lower lows. After pump faking those folks off the open. We saw that take place a couple times last week. So we were spoiled because we're getting those easy reads. This week is a different week. Different action. Different set of catalysts. We're trading at different areas. Different conditions. Right? So it's very important just to focus on what you're seeing shift to shift and not try to guess what's going to happen this shift. I don't know what's going to happen this shift. All I can work with is what's happening here, what took place here, and to try to make those reads to see where we can be in this shift. Right? I try not to look 3, 4, 5 shifts ahead. Right? That's not our job. Within this shift, all we need to do is pick. Think of it like this, guys. There's 61-minute candles here. There's 61-minute candles here. 60 in an hour. Out of those 61-minute candles, if you're a scalper, you just need to get 3 to 5 to work in your favor. You don't need to get all 60. Out of 60, you want to identify a series of 3 to 5 candles and be directionally correct on those 3 to 5 candles and allow those contracts to appreciate during those 3 to 5 candles, and your job is done. Your job is not to predict, okay, what happens for 120 candles. What happens, okay, for 180 candles. That's not your job. Okay, that's a very difficult job to know what's going to happen in the next 120 minutes. You're just, hey, where are we in this particular time frame, in this particular window of time? I'm using your setups are basically a means to an end to try to be right for 3 to 5 candles. And then based off the momentum of you being right, maybe using runners to squeeze a little more out of it. So most of you got your work done here on that expansion there. Some of you got that reversal. Some of you took the lottos here. So the lotto here was me participating right here. Getting that nice little bounce. Right? What am I pursuing? I'm pursuing that continued push. What I get? Just a nice little bounce. Nothing enough. And my patience is not all the way there. Right? So that's where we are now. So now for the rest of the day, if we continue to hug that magnet, I'll give you that range. If we continue to push away from it, get back into it, push away from it, get back into it, those chop setups, those magnet setups, those grab a high, grab a low, trampoline brick wall type of scenarios will be beneficial. Not trying to time the expansion, because every break is leading to a trap until it's not. Okay? So very, very important to understand that, because now we can see, let's go back. All right, if you took that bounce, you came back, grabbed those lows, we're basically just in that 50-50 area as well. That's right. But it's eating the premium of those contracts. You can be right. All right, I can be right from a technical standpoint, but wrong from a time standpoint. You're right directionally, wrong on the time. Okay? Any questions, guys? Any questions, folks on YouTube? Any questions? Let's see if we have 50 likes. At 50 likes, we'll do the giveaway. We'll do the giveaway. Let's take a look at the video. Let's take a look at the likes, and then we'll look to wrap up. Okay, 51 likes. So we got 51 likes. 52 likes. We're going to do the giveaway. All right, so giveaway time. Put your names in the chat if you have access to the course. If you are in the Discord, you do have access to the course already. It's a 6-hour course. If you are in a paid Discord, of course. What's up for grabs is this day trading course. What does it cover? It covers getting started day trading. What is day trading? Market basics, platforms, tools, technical analysis, market cycles, support resistance, supply demand, candlesticks, continuation, reversals, options trading fundamentals. These are all the modules: trading psychology and routine, discipline and growth, the proper mindset, pre-market routine, post-market routine, journaling, review, execution, consistency. This is a 6-hour course that's filled with all those modules. All right, so that's what's up for grabs. That's what's up for grabs. So put your name in the chat. I will take the names until 1:30. We'll do the giveaway. All right, so everyone in our Discord already has access to it. We'll start putting, I'll get my wheel, my trusty wheel, and then we'll start getting the names in. Give me 1 second. Let me pull up the wheel. Put your names in the chat. Okay, wheel. All right, so I'll take some names until 1:30. We got HY. Let me type it here. HY. We got Joy. We got Ahmad. We got Brad B. We got James. We got Cam. We got Paez. If I'm pronouncing your name right or wrong, apologies. We got Floor C. We got Ritz. We got Rakish. All right, keep putting your names in the chat. We'll do the giveaway. Continue to like the video. Let's get the likes up if you're just jumping in. Last idea for calls. Lottos, 20%. Stopped out 10 on the runner. Nothing too major. Done for the day. We're just chopping back and forth. Maybe we might make a last minute run to the upside. Keep putting your names in the chat. I'll put your names on the wheel. Folks in the Discord, you have access to it as well. I'm looking to do a boot camp at the end of the month. Okay. Nabila. Boot camp at the end of the month. Boot camp is essentially that course, but live. Okay, until 1:30. We'll do the giveaway at 1:30. We will do the giveaway at 1:30. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Mo J. Mo J. Ticket request, we'll do that as well. So I think it's ready to go off that 50-50. Off that 50-50. Deepak, we have Soph. Okay, we got a lot of people today. Deepak. We got Soph. Okay, let's see if SPY can get its act together. I got levels. What's the best candle to look for entry? If you're looking on the 5-minute time frame, maybe a nice hammer off that level. Hammer or engulfing, best way to go, especially if you're seeing the same kind of thing play out across the other indexes as well, right? If it's all of them kind of moving in unison, there's a clear break or a clear retest. It's in a key zone. It's not in the middle of the middle. VIX is directionally in your favor. That'll be the best way to go about it. But sometimes there are times where the VIX is kind of doing its own thing. You have a general idea. And there are times where all the indexes are kind of doing their own thing as well. At that particular time, you can still take it, but you might want to look for some additional pieces of confluence with that level, right? But if the environmental conditions are there, right, level plus price action can get the job done. If it's just a move that's taking place on SPY, and SPY is stuck between a rock and a hard place, meaning the Dow is moving one way and the Qs are moving the other way, the opposite way, and the SPY is kind of stuck, right? Just waiting for that candle to close, and that extra layer of confirmation might be needed. All right, so we know that in the engulfing candle means there's buyers right there. The hammer is typically for the reversals. You can use the engulfers for reversal as well, but the hammer is typically for reversals. Say if it's like a hold. It depends on what it is. Let's break that down real quick. All right, so say we have key levels. All right, we have key levels. We all understand key levels. We have a key level. All right. As price is coming into this key level, if you're playing the break, this is very important. All right. There's two ways you can play the break. One is you want the hold. If you get an engulfing candle right there on that break, that's as good as it gets. Again, nothing is 100%. We know nothing's 100%. But ideally, in most cases, if you get that engulfing candle right there off that level, that's a sign that there's buyers willing to protect that level, and we can see that continue push, right? On the break. Same level. So you're not in the break camp. You're waiting for the break to take place, okay? You're waiting for the break to take place, all right? So you're saying, hey, let it break, let it expand a little bit, and let it come back. If you're in the let it come back camp, retest camp, you want to see preferably a hammer. A hammer, right? And then after that hammer gets broken, you continue to push higher, right? You can also get an engulfing candle as well, right? So engulfing candle shows us that that's the most powerful candle at that particular time frame, for that particular time, right? So buyers or sellers are clearly present there. It doesn't mean they can't get outnumbered, but they're there. Right? So that can be an area where you look for that hammer. But typically, if it's a level, say for instance, where you're taking a bounce, all right, you're waiting for price to fall into a level, right? You have two of those reversals. If you want that engulfing candle, sometimes the engulfing candles have large bodies. So now when you get that engulfing candle, if you wait for it to close, right, where are you going to define your risk? Right? But if you like it up above that engulfing candle's highs, you have that risk at 50% retrace or those lows, fine. If you get that hammer, gives you a little bit of a better gauge, right, where to define your risk a little more tighter. Because you can say, hey, you know what? I got those highs and I got these lows. Sometimes engulfing candles are so large, all right, that it's hard to really have define your risk in real time unless you know exactly what you're looking for. Because some traders might say, hey, I want to use this 5-minute candle high and this low, not realizing this 5-minute engulfing candle can be $1. Right? So those are some things you're going to see that engulfing in the hammer. Those are the best ways. So there's multiple candlestick combinations. There's single candlestick combination. Sometimes you might want to see the tweezer. You like the tweezer bottom off of support. Same thing. Tweezer top off of resistance. So this would be known as one candlestick combinations. So if you get that two candlestick combination, so if you get that evening star or morning star combination, in strat terminology, 2 down, 2 up, you're looking for this. Right? 2 down, 2 up. So all of them are saying the same thing, but just in different terminology. So the strat is not something new. Right? Inside bar is just a harami. It always existed. All right? 2 down, 2 up already existed. It's a multi-candlestick combination. But it's just the way to frame it and the way to be able to read it and communicate the information to other people. It's easy to say 2 down, 2 up because you know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay? Right? So, again, there's nothing that's 100%. But think of it like this. If there's a level there, okay? There's a level there. There's an engulfing candle. All things look good. If this occurs 100 times, okay, if this occurs 100 times, right, 60 to 70% of the time, more than likely is going to continue. But you can only capitalize off of that if the times where it doesn't work out, the times where it fakes you out, you're managing your risk and following your stop loss rules. Because if you are just taking that and then saying, hey, I live and die with this engulfing candle, you won't be the beneficiary of that probability. Right? So there's nothing 100%. I wouldn't even go as far as to say there's nothing 80% over a long period of time. Can you get 100% win rate in one day? Can your win rate fluctuate week to week? Absolutely. But it's the times that it doesn't work, right? How well are you managing the cost of doing business? If it's just a blowout every time, it doesn't matter when it does work. All right. So those lottos, if you just held on to those lottos, right? Those are starting to move. Oh, they're moving nicely. They're at $60 now. Can work on my patience. They were at 20 cents. They're up about 200%. So those lottos there are up 200%. Continue to put your names in the chat. Anyone held those lottos? More names. We have Carl. Okay, we got more names. Hold on. Soph, Maddie. And the price action combinations are in the course. So all that stuff is in the course. All right. Carl. We cover it 6 hours. James N. We got two Carl Ram. And Carl, okay. Yeah, that was a nice breaker. You caught that, Doctor? All right, 6 minutes, we'll do the giveaway. Before we do the giveaway, guys, if you're looking to join our community, smartactiontraining.com. Smartactiontraining.com is the place. Go to the community tab. You can also use our site to do your technicals, as well as a great resource for the economic calendar and the news, all free. When you're ready to level up after watching 3 to 5 episodes, okay, make sure to join the Spy Strikers community. You have the yearly bundle, $399 a year, one payment, 12-month access. You have access to the boot camp ticket whenever that comes up. You have access to a coaching call. And of course, if you're looking to get the Apex features, full access to the course, all the course material, all the live trade and delay-free, ad-free, pre-market game plan, my levels, automated technicals, everything you can imagine, as well as the chat, $50 a month. All right, use the code TRIAL30. Use the code TRIAL30, save 25% off. That's the trial code for the month of February. As we continue to transition to Whoop, that'll be available. But don't be surprised, guys. In the coming future, there is a price increase coming, 100% price increase. All right, it's only going to continue to go up, guys. The amount of value that you get when you do join is tremendous. It pays for itself tenfold. All right, so you actually get to trade with our community. We walk through the setups together. I'm really interested in seeing you succeed. All right, seeing you succeed. We get to take advantage of opportunities together. It's an awesome place to be, guys. Of course, you have access to the course. If you're interested in the course, this is what's being given away today. The 5-hour Against Our Day Trading course. All right, I will throw in the bundle for the giveaway as well. So if you want to buy the course on its own, you can as well. That's available. But if you join the community, you get access to the course. Coaching, that's also available. Book two sessions, get one free. Ebook, all my setups, all my levels, how to find breakouts, reversals, continuations. This is also available in the community as well, but you can purchase the ebook if you like. And of course, SAT merch is here. SAT journal. You can also grab your the Under Armour backpack, the SAT backpack. That's also a great pickup for all my traders who are on the road. SAT Power Up mug. So far, guys, we have a lot of qualitative data associated with this mug. The ones who have the mug, all right, they're on a hot streak. And of course, our latest T, process over profits. All right, process over profits, that's the motto we go by. We're not focused on the profits. We're just focused on the process. All right, we try to control the input and let the output take care of itself. All right, so those are the ways to join our community, take advantage. Everything taking place in front of you. This is a live trading and training mentorship community. So it's not just I'm giving you some levels and disappearing into the dark. All right, we're walking through this together day by day. You see the wins, you see the losses, you see the massive opportunities take place every day. On top of that, you get to trade side by side with some phenomenal traders. It's not only me. All right, so we're cultivating an awesome community. Take advantage. 2 more minutes. Interest in the giveaway? Put your names in the chat. Okay, as far as trading, I will be done. Kareem, we got Kareem, 150%. Beautiful job, doctor. Beautiful job. Protocol is, if you're relatively new, your first time viewer, explore the channel. Tune into the live streams. Just hit the like button. And eventually, if this content resonates with you, take the next steps and join our community. There's no rush. All right. If you want to support the channel, that's also available. A lot of you guys are supporting the channel. I do appreciate that. All right. You guys have access to all the videos early. You have access to the private playlist. Hundreds of videos available to you on strategy, entry, and I'll continue to post at least one video a week for you guys to capitalize off of. Okay. Kareem was the last entry. Okay. Anyone else, guys? Let me know. Anyone else? Let me know. The main thing is take advantage before March. Take advantage before March. Whatever price you pay is the price you pay for life. As long as you're a member, there's no price increase you have to worry about. All right. Especially if you're looking to play a game with high risk and you're putting 10, 15, 20, 30 contracts on the table. Right? You don't want to be pinching pennies on your education. You want to be looking to get involved and invest in yourself first. Cameron. All right, one more minute. Less than a minute. I'll give it maybe a couple of more seconds here. Beautiful job. 150% on those last lottos. For a doctor. All right, we'll give it a minute or so, and then we'll do the giveaway. Okay, just give me 1 second, guys, on the other side of the giveaway. On the other side of this momentary break, we will do the giveaway. If you're just jumping in, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure your name is on the list. All right, for my SPY strikers, the members, if you want, you can be in the giveaway as well. And I'll just throw the boot camp ticket in there. So I am looking to do a boot camp sometime this month. I did take a couple of weeks off. That boot camp is going to be the Getting Started Day Trading Series. All right, I'm putting the finishing touches on the advanced boot camps that are coming up, that series. But we might have to run that Getting Started Day Trading one more time to get everyone up to speed, and then we'll jump into the advanced series. All right, so now we know the 50-50. The 50-50 played out. I could have been a little more patient. For some reason today, not really patient. Again, that 21 was critical. That 15-minute hourly still inside. Okay, that 15-minute, again, look, came and swept those lows, continues to push. Does it have enough fuel to push? The main thing is, it doesn't matter what takes place from this point on. The whole motive for the bulls is to get to 685.71. That's it. 685.71, they did their job. If it gets above 685.71, the bulls are here on the daily time frame. That daily candle is looking juicy. Look at that, guys. Jump over to SPY. You tell me, put in the chat, is this daily candle, would you be bearish off this candle or would you be bullish? If you just had to assess this candle, okay, apply your technical aptitude to this candle at this very moment. Does this candle look bearish or bullish? Does where we are look bearish or bullish? So let me give you some context. 100 EMA, support, fourth touch, we bounced previously, we're getting this kind of candle. So it's in the bull's best interest to try to push this as high as possible. Can they push it onto all-time highs today? Probably not. But the area of interest, okay, is 685.71. But they have a huge obstacle, guys. Huge obstacle right here. Major resistance here. All right, so they're going to have to try to get above this major resistance, prove it otherwise, and that opens up the door. If they can prove it otherwise, that opens up the door for here, for that continued push. The path beyond that point becomes smoother. Okay? But coming into that area, all the sellers are going to do everything they can to take advantage of this resistance to drive it lower. This is it. This is it for the sellers. They had the lead. Bulls make a comeback. Okay? They make a comeback. The game is tied. They go back and forth. And now the Bulls are taking the lead. It's been a very, very close game. So if we can take out these highs, this resistance up here, if we can take that out, we go from the magnet type of profile to an expansion that we were discussing earlier. Thanks. Just a little single contract that I bought and sent an alert. Beautiful. That's all that matters, guys. Even if you're working, lottos are perfect for work. Single contract, 2 contracts, right? I said it, I think, late 2025 or 2026. The goal is to meet your wage. Okay, meet your wage. So you get paid $20 an hour. Okay, your task is not to make $10,000 in 10 minutes or $10,000 in an hour, especially in the beginning. Your task is to meet your wage. Forget about all the numbers. Forget about all the fancy things you've seen online. If you want to do this practically, can you outperform your wage? Question number one. Whether it's 10, whether it's 20, whether it's 50, whether it's 60, that's your number one thing you're trying to target. Okay? Your performance is pegged to what your wage is. Similar to the performance of stocks, right? They're pegged to what the S&P does. Right? Can funds beat the S&P? Within this singular hour, can you beat your wage for that hour? That's the number one goal in the beginning. Meet the wage. Second, when you get past that, is beat. Meet your wage, beat your wage. And it doesn't take a lot of contracts to do that. Of course, for my people who are a little further down on their journey, right? You're trying to beat your wage in this singular hour. First, you're trying to meet your wage on that hour. Once you're further down the line, you're trying to meet your wage, your weekly wage in this window here. In time, that will be you as well. But first, is try to match hour for hour. All right? Trust me, $60, $70, $80 adds up. But in the trading space, people will make you think that $80, $90, $150 is pennies. Don't be fooled. Don't play the game. Don't play the vanity game. At the end of the day, if you can click a button at a particular time, wait 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and click that button again, and you make $50, $60. I mean, where else can you do that? So, especially if you're working full time, guys, ease your way in. You don't have to all of a sudden leave your job and start jumping into this full time. Ease your way in, go through the process, use small size, and learn as you go. The more you build the confidence, the more you build the system. Now just a game of, hey, you know what? Let me go from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 6. So on and so forth. All right, so tremendous job. Tremendous job, Doctor. Anyone else? Strikers? Can cut under the tail. Yeah, some people can use that. The thing with the hammers and the candles, having a stop loss in the candles, right? Each candle is a different size. So it's hard to measure. That's why with trading options, right, it's hard to have that exact stop. There's different ways to have stops, right? If it's a candle stop, right, every candle is not going to be the exact same size. So every hammer is not going to have a 15-cent tail, a 20-cent tail. Some of them might be like this. So you want to have a relative idea of where your stop is on the chart, along with that numerical stop as well. That's what I like to do. Right? You can say, you know what, forget the numerical stop. I can just have a stop that's tied to the chart as well. That may require you having a wider numerical stop. But you're going to have to be in position to catch that bigger move to the upside on the chart. Okay, we're at that resistance. Let's do the giveaway here. All right, so that's when the human element kicks in. That's when we have as a human you have the advantage. That's when it becomes discretionary. Right? Because every candle comes in different shapes and sizes. Although it's the same candle, different ATR, all these different variables. So we have to make that assessment in real time. All right, let's do the giveaway, guys. Let's do the giveaway. I think if you have time, what bull level do you see on the QQQ relative same setup on the daily? The Qs, this primary sell-off we did see has impacted the Qs a little more. So that we did see the mega cap tech names get hit the hardest, software names get hit the hardest. If we jump over to the Qs on the daily, okay, let's load up. Same thing on the Qs. Same thing on the Qs. I think I have too many tabs open. Same thing on the Qs. So the Qs are down 6.5% from all-time highs. The Qs are below the 100 EMA. Right, so the Qs are down 6.5%. See if the Qs can start to bounce as well off those lows. Probably diverging there on the Qs as well. All right, so again, if that can go hammer on the Qs, on the 5, on the daily, there can be some buyers present off those lows. As far as the Qs are on the monthly is bearish. The weekly, of course, today's the first day of the week. We did go continuation to the downside, so we might be in for a reversal back the upside. So keeping it close on that daily candle for the rest of the day. Okay, so nice break above those highs. Look at that push, guys. Look at that push. VIX headed back towards 20. Let's do the giveaway here. The giveaway is for course. Okay, if you want to grab your copy, if you don't win, I would say this is a prerequisite before taking any trades. Right, this is the giveaway. This is what it's for. If you don't win, grab your course. It's within reach. Join the community. That's included in your plan. So let's do the giveaway now. Nice push there. Absolutely, doctor. So those 20 cent lottos, they're $1.10. Okay. Okay, let's do the giveaway. So we will do 2 winners. So this is the thing, guys. Lucky, okay, lucky. Last minute entrance, put your name in the chat. This is the thing. So I'm going to drop the link to the free tier Discord. It's completely for free. You don't have to put any credit card information. If you do win, you need to send me a message in that Discord before the end of the stream. Okay? So when you do win, jump in the free tier Discord, send me a message, and I'll send you the link to the course. All right? Because there's no way I can reach out to you on YouTube. There's no point of contact between us. All right? So I'm going to post the link to the free tier Discord. All right? I'm a little hesitant to post it because people are joining in there to spam. There was a free chat available, but now it's just a feed. You can join there as well. It's open to everyone. But let's do the giveaway here, and then we will. We got some more entrants. We have Luis. We have Azar. We have F. Hayes. Man, we got a lot of entrants today. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26 people. 26 people. Nice breakout on SPY. 26. So we'll do 1 giveaway here. If we can get to 60 likes, we'll do 2. If we can get to 60, we'll do 2. We'll do 2 if we can get to 60 in the next 2 minutes, and then we'll do the giveaway. Nice break here. Now, of course, we're above those highs. Last idea for the calls, lottos. There, if you just held on to them. You're doing well. Now we're starting to flip bullish on the poll. The poll is 52% bullish. Strikers, anyone take those lottos? Anyone take those lottos? Okay. So 50-50 played out, but it took some time to play out. So I didn't take this. For the folks right now who have not subscribed yet, make sure you're subscribed. If you're a first-time viewer, make sure to tune in tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. That's when we get started. We do have a pre-market prep show that's available to our members only at 9 a.m. and then we jump on live at 9:30. 2 more likes in the next minute. We'll do 2 giveaways. One, if not, we'll just do 1 giveaway. All right. So 45 will do the giveaway here. So again, I'll drop the link. Okay. Give away. All right. So okay now. So this is the link to the free tier Discord. All right. And make sure to send me a message there. Make sure to send me a message there. Again, there's no way for me to reach out to you once the stream ends. And I want you to send me the word. Okay, I want you to send me the word February. Okay, because what happens is when there's a giveaway, I get like 5 messages from people saying that I won. So I don't know who's who. So again, I want you to send me the message February and your name, and then I'll send you the giveaway right away. All right? It's a link to the course. Okay? So we'll do 1 winner here. Unless we get 1 more like. 1 winner here. Okay, 60 likes. We'll do 2 winners. 2 winners. Any last minute entries? Any last minute entries? Let me know. If not, I'll click the button and do the giveaway. SPY continues to go, guys. All right, let's do it. First winner. First winner is Joy. Joy is the first winner. So Joy. Floyd, I'll add you. Joy, send me a message. February, Joy in the Discord. February, Joy in the Discord. Send me that message. I'll be on the lookout for that. Join the Discord. I just posted that. Join there and send it to me. So first winner is Joy. Okay, 1 more winner. And try to send it to me before. Is there any new entries? And Floyd. If you're babysitting those contracts on SPY, you're doing a tremendous job. Just letting it cook those lottos. Okay. So second winner. So first winner is Joy. Second winner is Ahar. Ahar and Joy. So Ahar and Joy. Should we do 1 more? We haven't done a giveaway in a long time. I do appreciate everyone showing up today. All right, we got 55 people on the check-in. Okay, Joy and Ahar, send me a message in the free tier Discord. Your name and February, all right? Your name and February. Code word February. What do you get access to? You get access to the 6-hour options, again, start day trading options course. That's included in our membership. From our members. Okay, where is it? Here. Is what it covers. Getting started. Technical analysis. Thorough technical analysis. All right. Deep understanding of technical analysis. Options trading fundamentals. Psychology. Execution consistency. Okay, you have access to that. All right, so send me that message, guys. The quicker you send it, the better. And we will do 1 more giveaway if we get 70 likes. So if we can get 70 likes before 2 o'clock, we'll do one more giveaway. If you guys have any questions, guys, let me know. The last lottos down here. They already took a handful of trades. Not looking to take any more trades. Stopped out once. Puts here, puts there. Calls there. Could have done a better job just holding. I was looking to get involved in something to hold. Here's the link. Here's the link. Free tier Discord. If you guys are looking to join the Discord right away, the link is pinned in the chat. Use the code FEB. Use the code trial30. Use the code trial30. You're always welcome to join. We do have 20 spots available for the trial. Okay. 70 likes, guys, before 2 o'clock. We'll do another giveaway. So we have a lot of momentum today, so we'll probably... The kiddos are not home today, so we can maybe extend the stream. I'd love to take more trades, but there's nothing for me to take at this current moment. Of course, that bull flag is there. Let's see if that bull flag can lead to a nice continued push. Either that slice and dice below 20. Any new entrants? Can't find the Discord server. Can you add the link? Okay. All right, so if you're looking to enter the giveaway, 70 likes before 2 o'clock. And we'll extend it. All right, let's get a quick review of what's going on across the board. So this is my bird's eye view chart. Bird's eye view is basically, this gives us a broad view of the overall market. Broad view of the overall market. So we can see we have SPY here, we have the Qs here, we have the Dow here, we have IWM here. So all the indexes are pushing to the upside. All right, so we have Bitcoin here. Bitcoin is still trading below that 70,000. That's going to be critical. We have gold here as well. Gold was breaking down earlier, but it's starting to catch a bid off that weekly downside breaker. We have, of course, crude here as well. Crude has been ripping and running all last week. It did get above 65. Now crude is sitting right at that 62. VIX, you can see VIX did pump all the way into 22.95, close to 23, and now it's starting to pull back. So for us to make that push into that yearly open, all right, this is the window, guys. We need that break below 20. Break below 20, that can get us in that territory. And that engulfing candle. Okay, so if we do continue to extend the stream into 3 o'clock, I will take maybe another lotto. If we can extend it all the way there. If not, that'll be all the trades for the day. Our regular program is complete. Let's see what's moving here. What's moving here? Okay, who's the biggest mover? Okay, Apple is up nice, close to 4%. Off that 100 EMA, we're seeing JPM bounce. We're starting to see Broadcom. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA, notorious NVIDIA, 185. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft, nice hammer on Microsoft at the breaking. SoFi. SoFi is on the verge of going engulfing. I like SoFi. All right, even for some swings, I'll look at SoFi. Exxon pulling back. Okay, what are some other names? Let's take a look at the full list. Okay, GE up, Affirm up, CRCL, UPST, all those software names that got beat up are up. Airbnb up nicely. Apple, OKLO, mRNA, STZ, Crocs, Losers, General Mills, Intuit, CrowdStrike, Zscaler, Oracle, Snow, Mara, SNDK, Dow, Rivian, Zoom, Walmart. Okay, so Walmart. Now, Walmart ran up. Walmart was a swing idea, intraday trade idea that we did take a few weeks ago, right here. That was sent out in the Discord. It ran up nicely. So now Walmart made those pushes all-time highs. It does have earnings around the corner. So Walmart, of course, the healthy territory to get involved in Walmart is here. It is sitting at that 9 EMA. Probably some divergence on Walmart back to downside. You can see, right? Higher high, lower high. We got that engulfing candle back to downside. So we can, if we start to see that pullback on Walmart, that can be the sign that we start rotating back into the mega cap names, because Walmart ran up when we're rotating when we're rotating out of mega cap, staples ran. If Walmart starts to go lower, staples start to go lower, and the mega caps start to go higher, we're seeing that rotation play out. All right, so keeping a close eye on that Walmart there. Nice bull flag break there. See if they continue push. 5 minute is on, and it continues to go. That was beautiful. Again, guys, if you did win the giveaway, make sure to send me a DM in the Discord. DM in the Discord, February, and your name. So that's for Joy and Ahar. Joy and Ahar, and I'm waiting for that message. If you want me to do another giveaway, 70 likes within the next 5 minutes. We get to 70, we'll extend the stream. Okay. Nice rally here, guys. Nice rally. That 15 minute is breaking, is going. Let's see what our friends at CNBC have to say. Sometimes it's good to check in on our friends. Okay.
And it's funny, Tom, a lot of people don't realize that this is actually an AI story, because if various areas boom or get hurt by AI, it hurts their credit rating or helps
Let me know how the volume is,
and changes the bond rating as well. What are you seeing in the muni market right now?
So from a big picture, Brian, and thanks for having me back, I appreciate it. From a big picture perspective, I'm seeing a renewed premium on stability. As you were mentioning before, investors in municipals are not lazy right now. They have been acting. I think that actually 2026 could very well be as good of a year, if not the best year for investing in municipals, even compared to 2007. And one of the reasons I'm saying that is kind of like you were alluding to, is the fact that there's been a lot of risk taking going on. There's been a lot of volatility in other asset classes. Municipal yields are still near generational attractive levels. And I think that a lot of investors are coming around to the fact that they can make some money while playing defense in municipals.
Yeah, so if I wanted to put some money to work in the muni bond market, some of that may be tax advantaged in a very nice way, because let's be honest, I mean, a lot of people have made a lot of money in the stock market the last few years, and maybe they're like, you know what, I'm going to put some of that in munis. Where should they go right now?
So what I like right now, there's a post-Golden Age recalibration, realignment going on right now. I'm really telling investors to be selective about their credits. Be very selective in state and local governments. I like high-quality state and local governments. I like single-family housing. Make sure you understand the nuance in single-family housing. And even...
Okay. That was a nice break there. So with this area, that was that major resistance. We're getting some follow-through now, guys. Look how close we're at that yearly open. Look how close we're at that yearly open. We're very close to that yearly open. 685 right above us. We're above that 684. Nice breakout on the 15. That 20 on the VIX will be critical. If you're waiting for 5 minute pullback, the orb provide another entry there, of course. You can see the 5 minute waves are waving. 5 minute waves are waving. Right off that 50-50 territory, right? And then now we're waving to the upside. So now this was just, right, a low, higher low, high, higher high. So you need the market, you need SPY to take a breather and form that next higher low for that bounce opportunity. So now let's see where we do end up. You can argue that it looks like this if you connect those two highs. Okay. Well, what we do know is we're holding this nice support here. Okay, we're holding that nice support there. Now, just shy of that 685, we came into 684.72 and pulling back. Sent you a message in Discord, absolutely. Okay, make sure to send that message, guys. Joy, still waiting for your message. Okay, let me see. Yep, got you, Azar. Okay, we'll send it to you after the stream. So still just waiting for Joy. If you're still in the chat, Joy, send me that message. If we have 70 likes, we'll do another giveaway. If we have 70 likes here, we'll do another giveaway. 2 likes away. We have these highs here. If you just draw it up to these highs, it's right here. So obviously that retest is appealing. What a pump there. That retest is appealing. 50% retrace. This is right here. All the bulls need to do is close it above 681.89, and they got the job done. So that means worst case scenario, if they can close above 681.89, worst case scenario, they got a hammer on the daily. Best case scenario, the further they can close above 681.89, if they can get above 685.71, they have a potential engulfing candle on the daily. What the bears need to do is try to drive price back below 681.89 and gravitate back towards that daily open to flip it into doji. So best bet for the bears is push this back below 680.17, that daily open, and try to flip this candle back to doji, very reminiscent of what took place on Friday. And we have about 2 hours left. 2 hours left for that to unfold. 2 hours left. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, guys. We're working our way to 3K subs. We're still a small channel in the corner of YouTube. So everyone that does subscribe, we do have real followers, real subscribers. No bots, no pumping, just real authentic people clicking that button. So I do appreciate you subscribing, right? And I'll do my end and provide as much value as possible. You do your end, subscribe. I do my end and provide the value. Okay. Chop, chop, chop. Amazon, all the attention's on Amazon, of course. The 10-day slide. Let's take a look at Amazon. AMZN, ticker symbol AMZN. Okay. Engulfing candle on Amazon on the daily. Engulfer on the daily in the jaws of the gap from, and the jaws of the gap from. May. We got to the jaws of the gap for May. Amazon was an idea last week for our team. A lot of our team members took Amazon to the downside for a nice gain. That was one of the ideas. And now we got an engulfing candle on Amazon. Amazon as well has an engulfer. Let's take a look at Amazon intraday. Let's take a look at Amazon real quick. So we know the daily is bullish on Amazon. So let's laser into the intraday activity to see if we can make a case for Amazon here. So the idea last time for Amazon for our traders right here. So you can see All right, that breakdown on Amazon played out beautifully. Let's erase that. That's already long gone. So going into tomorrow, Amazon does look interesting. You can see Amazon found a nice landing spot right here. At that support. Support happens to be prior week's lows. We did grab those lows. So if you believe these lows are the lows, right, you want a structural break on Amazon, all right, out of this territory. You got a nice break of Amazon out of this territory. So if you believe this support, if you're already in, you're in. Okay. If you're buying off of the lows, you're already in. So now what you need is Amazon to start to expand. All right. Multiple days of going side to side. It went engulfing. And now you need Amazon to start to expand above this territory here. That's 201, 202.34. 201.12, 202.34. Preferably hold above 200 psychological level. All right. Preferably, because you don't want it to go back below it and then reset and go back to those lows. As it holds above 200 psychological level, does it have enough fuel after grabbing these lows to start to push? If you can do that, get above that 202 level, then now Amazon has a chance of flipping that weekly. So the initial line of thinking is, okay, Amazon is engulfing on the daily. So you get above that level, we have room into this territory. If you can flip that weekly 50% retrace, then now you have enough fuel. You have enough fuel to start, okay, you know what? Going engulfing on the week. So you can think of it like this. All right, think of it like that. So piece by piece. So if Amazon can hold above that 202, or the next day tomorrow, if this engulfing candle can remain, market starts to rally, the first thing I'm looking at is Amazon. Above prior day's highs. That's going to be priority watch. If I can get that, I'll use that 200 as my risk. Near that 200 or something intraday. Get that continued push so you can catch a bit above this resistance and start pushing to 50% retrace. So matter of fact, Amazon on high watch going to tomorrow. If that strength is continued, so what do I want to see for it today for it to set up tomorrow? I need that close above 200 EMA on the hourly. Okay, this initial section here, that 200 EMA is right there. I need that close above it. Get that close above that 200 EMA. Going into tomorrow, Amazon can be a name that we can look to capitalize off of. Okay, get above that daily upside breaker. Catch a bit above this territory, and now we have fuel off of grabbing these lows, basing out, continue to push, and then Amazon can start to make a run on the week. All right, so again, depends where you want to participate. If you're looking to play the weekly, you're probably up here. You want to see it reclaim 50% retrace the week for the weekly reversal. So this is into the weekly reversal. It's still early, right? But this is something that we want to keep a close eye on Amazon between those levels. So Amazon, matter of fact, I want to put Amazon on high watch for tomorrow, okay? Amazon, it's going to be on high watch. Don't want to forget that. Speaking of Amazon. So keep a close eye on Amazon. It got beat up. That's good. A name that got beat up, that's a good sign. Are you able to send me a link to invite to the Discord? I keep getting error using the link. Are you guys getting errors? Okay, let me give you the checkout link. Okay, this is the link to join the Discord if you want to join today. Use the code trial30. Okay, link to join Discord. All right. Link to join Discord. All right, pretty straightforward. Live trading mentorship community. You get trade ideas, training, resources, tools. Do we have 70 likes? If we have 70 likes, I'll do another giveaway, guys. We usually run our stream until 11:30, 12 o'clock. That's what we've been doing recently. But we have a lot of momentum today. The kiddos are back in school, so I don't mind extending here for a little bit. Rowdy. Okay, Rowdy. Let's see how many likes we got. 69 likes. We need one more like. Okay. Let's see if we can get to 100 likes. If we can get to 100 likes, guys, that'll be a record. That'll be a record. If we can get to 100 likes, I think our previous record for likes is 73, 74. Let's smash that today. All right, let's make it a record-breaking day today. All right, 70 likes. We'll do another giveaway. And folks, let me know what you guys typed in YouTube. Was this channel recommended to you? How do you find our channel? We're always trying to grow our channel the right way. Was it a video that led us to the live stream? Was it something you typed in the search? How did you find our channel? Jessica, okay. We need 70 likes, guys. If we get to 80 likes, we'll do 2 names. 70 likes, we'll do 1 name. The last idea was down here for the calls. Those lottos, they already went. They're gone. All right, so main thing is not to chase. Spy Live, okay. So I definitely want to dominate that Spy Live category on YouTube, right? Because we're one of the few channels that actually trade Spy Live. We walk through it. You can see my entry. I try to walk through the setups before it takes place. So sometimes I miss the entry, but that's okay. I'm going to play that game if I'm playing the game of trying to provide value and a service, that sometimes means I might not get the best entry, but I'm not too concerned with missing the trade. There's a ton of opportunities. I truly believe that the opportunities on SPY are so abundant that if you miss one opportunity, there'll be another one. All right. So SPY Live, searched options, live trading on YouTube. Okay. I do SPY's trading, was looking for someone's opinion live. Okay, cool. So it looks like a lot of you guys are finding it on search. So glad you found the channel. I traded SPY for 3 years, just like these for people that trade SPY. SPY is all you need, 100%. We're on the same page, GXL671. That's what I always say. SPY is all you need. Search for live trading. So I found you, okay. All right, so we're starting to populate. I was in the doghouse, the YouTube doghouse for a little bit. I did have a video that did get a warning / strike a while back, so I think we're kind of out of that, and we're starting to get this channel pushed. XLE review. So XLE is the energy sector. Okay, let's take a look at XLE. Matter of fact, since you do bring up XLE, let's take a look at all the sectors. All the sectors. Let's see what's moving and grooving on the sector front. So sectors, I typically like to look at the sectors on the weekly because the sectors give you a nice bigger picture. Okay, bigger picture. All right, so as of now, we know when the Dow starts to run, usually energy starts to run, financials start to run, healthcare starts to run, but this primary run up on the Dow was powered by XLP. So first thing is, when the Dow was running up, it was powered by XLP. Okay, XLP is the staples. All right, so when the Dow was running up, when we saw the rotation, we were rotating into safety, we saw XLP. One of the names that we were paying attention to for the rotation, of course, was Walmart. XLP pulling back, very similar to Walmart, coming to that 20 MA. As far as the weekly candle on XLP is concerned, we are seeing some selling on the weekly. So now, what you need to understand on the rotation is, look at the extremes, the polar opposite. So in the current conditions, what ran up the most, okay, and what got beat up the most? What sectors? If we start to rotate out of the name that ran up the most, we're probably going to start to rotate on the names that were beat up the most. All right, so as XLP was running up, guess who was getting dismantled, right? XLK was getting dismantled, right? So now, do we start rotating into XLK? And of course, SMH is close to those all-time highs, but some names in SMH, some names in tech, especially software, were getting dismantled. And of course, XLY is getting dismantled as well. So tech was getting dismantled, discretionaries were getting dismantled. As we rotate out of safety, okay, watch the rotation into XLY. Staples. Speaking of XLY is sitting right at that 200 EMA. Okay, last time XLY was at that 200 EMA was right here. Okay, so now what does this translate to individual names? Can you trade the entire ETF? Absolutely. So some names on XLY. Okay. We have, of course, Tesla. Everyone knows Tesla. Okay, Tesla. Already made a nice little move. The main thing is Amazon. Boom. We talked about Amazon before. So if we go from XLP, this is why the markets are so fascinating, guys. It's like a puzzle. It's like you're a forensic analyst. Okay. All right. You're like a detective looking for opportunities. All right. So we went from XLP, we went from safety. Safety was ripping and running. All right. Market was uncertain. It fled to safety, meaning XLP, energy names running up. Okay. We ran up. Now, if the market starts getting a little comfortable and there's some dip opportunities and energy and the names that ran up are overextended, we might start moving into the names that are beat up. And this can start to return back to some level of normalcy. And this can start to rotate back up. That is rotation in a nutshell. So as XLP rotates, an individual name to pay attention to, if we continue that rotation story, is Amazon. We talked about the reason for Amazon earlier. Okay, so Amazon looks very, very interesting in XLP. If that 200 EMA on XLP holds up, rotation story remains intact. Okay, now another sector. You asked for XLE. Let's go to XLE. So XLE, along with XLP, were the ones that ran up. When the Dow was running up, when the Dow was making all-time highs, and it finally got that break above all-time highs and was accelerating, right, going into some major all-time highs never been before, was primarily driven by XLP and XLE. So as those two start to pull back, overextended, keep a close eye on XLY, XLK, of course, as always. With an XLK SMH. SMH it's just pulled back slightly. It's still at that 9 EMA. And of course, XLC, communications. The reason why XLC is important because names like Google, names like Netflix, names like Meta are an XLC. So we're going to start rotating back into the Magnificent Seven. XLC and XLY are very important. So I want you to stop classifying tech stocks based on the fact that they have technology within them. You have to classify these names accordingly, right? So you would think that, hey, you know what? Meta, Google, Netflix, Amazon, Tesla are all tech stocks. Yes, they are tech stocks, but they're classified in a different sector. Their classification is different. Right? So now when you think of communications, think of names like Disney. Think of names like Meta. What's Meta doing? Is Meta near some areas? Meta's down 20%, coming close to that support territory. If it was a little lower, that'd be great. But Meta is going hammer. Let's go to Google. So there you go. Google, 50%. Google's right at that 100 EMA on the daily. So again, if that rotation story continues, the opportunities will open up on these names. And you will first see in the sectors. What else? NFLX. NFLX can't stop getting beat up. Netflix. Okay. What else? Disney. Okay. Last week, Disney was an idea for last week. Look at that breakdown on Disney. Massive drop. One sector that does look interesting to me, XLV, healthcare. Those look interesting because healthcare has not been going anywhere for the past few weeks. Inside. Looks like it wants to break. But healthcare is closely tied to the Dow. So healthcare could be on the verge of continuing to push the upside, making maybe a possible breakout. Right? The last piece of the Dow to go. But primarily, right, focus on, especially for bigger picture thinking, for the ones who do work full time, like the swing trade, you must understand the dynamics of rotation. The ones that got beat up and the ones that were thriving. Okay, it's like a pendulum. There's only so much money that can go around. Okay, it's just a cycle. So the ones that got beat up, okay, it's biblical. Okay, the first shall be last shall be first. Okay, same kind of thing. It just goes to show you how cycles work. So guess what? It's going to be like that. That is what rotation is. All right? That is rotation in a nutshell. Okay? Do you not trade SPX or channel only on SPY? I primarily 99% of the time trade SPY. We can trade SPX, but most people don't have the capital to trade SPX. They're not used to the speed of SPX. But you can use the same principles on SPY and translate it to XPX. Was listening to Trader TV Live, per usual, and you popped under, saw SPY options and click since Trader TV Live doesn't do much with options. Good. Do you buy stocks? Yep. Long term, absolutely. Long term is the name of the game, guys. Long term is the name of the game, of course. PLTR. Any other chart requests? Let me know, guys. If we have 70 likes, we'll do another giveaway with one person. 80 likes. All right, we'll do 2 giveaways. We're at 70, so we're scheduled to do a giveaway here. Trader TV. The Trader TV is the Canadian show, right? Trader TV, the Canadian show. Okay, so we're starting to break here. We'll do the giveaway at 2:30. Okay. If you're just joining, I did take a majority of my trades already. We're just providing commentary, providing value, answering questions. A lot of idea for the calls there. Puts here. Wasn't able to catch the big piece of the move. I already extracted double digits, but our team was able to catch that. Stopped out, puts there. Worked in our favor. 50-50. We walked through this reversal. Play out nicely. We waited. We came to that 50-50. But the Lotto's been out of here. And now the question is, can we get above 685.71? That is the question for the day. Okay. So the chat has started to lean towards 52% bullish, guys. When we started, if you're just joining, make sure to answer the poll question. It was leaning bearish, close to 60% bearish to kick things off. Close to 60% bearish to kick things off. All right, let's just zoom out. It's always good to zoom out. This is where we are. Okay. 50-50, come into it. We get above 50% retrace that daily. EMAs are waving. We're kind of at that resistance up there on that channel. Can we get a nice little break above that resistance, continue to push? If we want to respect that 9, sure. Right? But typically what you want to look for is a bounce off the higher highs after bounce off higher highs, the previous higher high after making a high, or look for that next lower high in an uptrend. Starting to flag here. Is this the flag that takes us to the promised land? Promised land being 685.71. If we take out that 685.71, we will be green on the week. Not from a trading standpoint, but SPY on the year, I should say. From a yearly perspective. So far, SPY is negative on the year. Right? So far, SPY is negative on the year. It's been a flat year so far. That level is so critical. Okay, we'll do the giveaway in 7 minutes. So we already had 2 winners. We have 70 likes. We will do another one here in 2 minutes. We get 80 likes. We'll do 2. PLTR. PLTR. Okay. PLTR. So PLTR, prior all-time highs after making that massive run-up above 130. Okay, that's the prior all-time high. We're in that territory now. PLTR is down 40%. So PLTR is already on reversal mode. When we say reversal mode, we're not saying reverse from here and teleport all the way up here. Okay, not just to magically get up there. Meaning reversal so far to this particular point on that daily. So maybe working his way back to that 90 MA, daily upside target, piece by piece. Palantir almost came to being discounted 40%. Buyers picked it up. We're probably seeing some divergence on Palantir as well. That's a nice little support area that I have on Palantir. Comes to that territory. We're seeing divergence on Palantir as well. So we can see nice little divergence, lower low. We got that lower high, RSI, nice price action combination, 2 down, 2 up. See if Palantir can knock out that 137.42, which is that 90 MA on the daily. So Palantir is showing some signs of life. The weekly candle is still inside on Palantir. So Palantir is going to have to make a nice push on that weekly or remain inside on the week to start to maybe flip it next week. So let's see how much strength we have on the weekly. On the monthly, Palantir is still bearish. On the quarterly, Palantir is still bearish. On the yearly, Palantir is still bearish. So the question becomes, is this the bushfire that turns into a wild forest fire and leads to the reversal? So far the daily's green, 12-hour, 4-hour, all green, but the weekly's inside, indecisive. The monthly, overwhelmed by sellers. The quarterly, sellers. The yearly, sellers. Higher time frame, a lot of selling pressure. But lower time frame, opportunity, daily, reversal pattern showing its hand. Okay. So that's Palantir. Did you pick up Palantir by any chance? Anyone pick up any names during that last dip? Did anyone pick up any names for long term during the last dip? Or open up any leaps or open up any swings? Let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to subscribe. We're on our way to, we're 10 subs away from 2,900. And then once we hit that psychological level, we're within striking distance of 3K. XYZ, Carvana. Okay, we'll take a look at those names. I'll put an alert above SPY here. XYZ was actually on watch this morning. We were going over XYZ. Okay, XYZ, formerly known as Square, now referred to as Block. XYZ. So XYZ was on inside, right? Got that reversal on XYZ back the upside. Weekly, same thing with Palantir. The weekly's inside. All the other higher time frames, monthly, quarterly, and yearly, are still showing some signs of pressure. All right, still some selling pressure there, except the yearly. Yearly still inside. So XYZ, nice little bounce there off those lows. XYZ, we did talk about XYZ below 56. That was an idea to the downside. A nice bounce on XYZ. Reversal on the one, on the daily. So again, same thing with XYZ. Does it have enough to start to make an impact on the weekly and the monthly? So far, this would be classified as a dead cat bounce. There's no reversal yet. There's a reversal on the one, right? There's no continuation yet. All right, so far, some people might still classify this as a dead cat bounce. Is a dead cat bounce sufficient for a bull to capitalize off the opportunity? Absolutely. A dead cat bounce is sufficient for a bull to capitalize off the opportunity. A dead cat bounce is sufficient for you to be in and out of a position. That's more than sufficient. Right? You don't need to get the entire reversal. We're starting to see some pushback here on SPY. XYZ, Carvana. CVNA. Carvana, what a story for Carvana, right? Carvana was basically down 99% and had a massive push up. But to kick off 2026, Carvana, right, just can't seem to get its act together. On the weekly, we're seeing Carvana testing that 50 EMA, right? So it needs to hold that 50 EMA. Last time we're at that 50 EMA on the weekly, 100 EMA on the weekly, we do see that nice little bounce. And then now we're right there again. That bearish engulfing candle does not look encouraging. 50 MA, that's 50 MA, not 100, 50 MA, okay? So 50 MA test on the weekly, that's a pretty significant test. Carvana is down 30% from all-time highs. The last time we did go engulfing, bearish engulfing, we went doji, and we started to push the upside. So if you can look for the same sequence, maybe there's something there. If that 50 MA can't hold, we start to slice and dice to the downside. That can open up the door for a continuation to the downside. So Carvana on high watch. If you connect these lows, somewhat of a, you can argue a structural breakdown, or on the verge of a structural breakdown. Support, support, and support starts to break. So that 50 MA needs to hold for Carvana on a weekly. If we laser it onto the daily, it gave up that 200 MA. Okay, so it needs to, buyers need to pick this up right away. Typically, when something falls below that 200 MA, it can enter free fall mode if we don't get an aggressive response. If we don't get aggressive response and a reclaim like we did here, right? Okay, then we can start to see Carvana pulling back here. So we need that aggressive response. We did it before, right? We got below 200 MA, got above it, got below, got back above it, start to push. So again, similar to that 50 MA on the weekly. Again, Carvana discounted about 30%. All right, but Carvana, a lot of those software-related names, of course, Carvana sells vending machine for cars. They sell cars. They're a used car business, but their primary thing is software. All right? It's like Domino's. Domino's sells pizza, but pizza is just a means to the end. Domino's is a tech company, in my opinion. It's a software company. They're just using pizza, right? Like McDonald's. McDonald's is a real estate company. Means to an end is burger and fries. Okay, so the company within the company is very important to understand. There's no link to the giveaway, guys. I just put your names in the chat. If you do win, we already had 2 winners. So let's take out Ahar and Joy. And then we'll do a giveaway here. It's 2:30. If we have 80 likes, we will do 2 giveaways. And then we'll look to wrap up. All right. I wasn't planning on going this long, but I called for it. Thank you for tuning in today, guys. Make sure to come back tomorrow. Look to take advantage of the best opportunities. We're live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. And the most important part of the program, guys, is the pre-market prep, pre-market program. That's available to our members. All right, if you want to become a member, link pinned in the chat, link pinned in the description. So let's do our giveaway here for this hour. All right, so we're going to spin the wheel. 80 likes for the next hour, we'll do a giveaway. Let's see if we can get to 80 likes. All right, so next winner, guys. We already had 2 winners. We already had 2 winners. We have one more entry, Jack. The Ripper. Okay. All right, so SLV. We'll take a look at SLV. Brad, that changes how I'm going to look at. Absolutely, guys. A lot of these companies, they're wolves in sheep clothing. It's a means to an end. Okay. Okay, let's do the giveaway here. So 1. If we get to 80, we'll do another one. All right, so next winner. This giveaway is for the 6-hour day trade, getting started day trading options course. And the winner is Cameron. Cameron is the winner. Cameron is the winner. Congrats, Cameron. We'll be sending you the link. All right, send me a message. Okay, the code is going to be February. Send me a message. Send me February in the chat on Discord, the free tier, and I'll send you the giveaway prize. All right. 80 likes, we'll do another giveaway. We might even take this to the close, guys. If you want us to take it to the close, keep liking the video. Keep subscribing. SPY is starting to slow down here. You guys are bringing up some great tickers. Some great tickers. Let's see if we can get 2,900 subs. We're still a small channel. If you're just joining us, you're joining on the early phases. of this channel. All right. My goal is to make every person on this channel that encounter this channel, give them the tools that they need to help them on their journey to profitability. That's the whole point. Coin, we'll take a look at coin. We'll take a look at coin here shortly. We'll take a look at coin. 80 likes, guys. Let's smash the old record. I think my old record is 77 likes. We're at 73. Make sure to go back and watch the video from last week. All the trades I took last week. I'm starting to put these videos together in a compilation, kind of like a trading journal. All right, my style of teaching, most of the teaching that I do is live. I can do the pre-recorded videos and have the nice graphics and illustrations and the text on the screen, but it's better for you to tune in live. All right, I truly believe live teaching and execution in real time is the best way traders can learn. Okay. Okay, so 680, 472. We have that 685 right ahead. We have this shift ties up here. Okay, let's see if we get that nice little push. Nice little push. 6 likes away from 80. Six. If we can get to 80 likes, guys, if we can get to 80 likes by 3 o'clock and start to get close to 85, 90 likes, we'll go to the close. Okay. We'll take this all the way to the close. Ticker request, put your ticker in the chat. I have Coinbase. We'll take a look at Coinbase here shortly. The VIX is officially below 20. The gateway is open. The gateway is open. So what is CNBC saying about it? Let's see. Probably nothing. Where's Bitcoin? Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin not doing much. Gold has seen some pressure. Crude has fallen off a cliff. I'll take another nice little slide to the downside. Nice recovery. Nice bounce on these names, on the Qs, on SPY. Especially SPY and the Qs. IW as well. IW was actually inside. IWM was actually inside on the daily. Double inside on IW. Double inside on IW. That's automatically high watch alert going to tomorrow. IWM high. It's on high watch. Let's see if that inside can stay in. If you're a first-time viewer in the chat, put a 1 in the chat. Type 1 in the chat if you're a first-time viewer. Like this is your very first time jumping in. Put a 1 in the chat. Type a 1 in the chat. All right, we're getting close. We're getting close to the yearly open, guys. We're getting close to that yearly open. I'm looking at Amazon here. Waves are waving, so a gradual push on the waves. So 1, Rowdy, 826, Nosha, Brad, all new viewers. Okay, make sure you guys are subscribed, guys. Welcome to the team. Welcome aboard. So grab those highs for nice little scalp. That's always takeable. If that's a word, takeable. All right, CNBC.
events is that
Market signals.
they've learned how to build
Signals
companies.
from the
Is there any one sort of mind? Because I'm trying to put it together. Is there any one mindset of your members that you've been able to identify?
Well, in every
is it risk taking?
Sure.
What is it?
In every theme, there's the meat and potatoes that you don't even realize. So take AI. Everybody's talking about the apps that are going on, the major companies. But our members are saying, let's buy the data centers, let's buy the real estate, because that'll be the long-term gift that keeps on giving.
You know, my theme about half your members is self-storage.
Okay. All right, the age-old question. Do you go with the picks and shovels or do you go with the gold? Right, that's what the AI, right? Do you sell the picks and shovels, or do you get your hands dirty and mine for gold? So both participants win. So it's not mutually exclusive where only the picks and shovels camp wins. The people who are mining for gold also win as well. So it's not mutually exclusive. If you did win the giveaway, guys, make sure to send me a message. I'll send you the link, Azar. I'll send you the link to the giveaway. So I got your message already. Okay. Okay. All right, we're starting to climb here. Yearly open right there. Coin, let's take a look at coin. So, first things first, let's take a look at coin. Okay, so coin. Coin is highly correlated with Bitcoin, all right? So more than likely for coin to really start to wake up, start to make a nice move, more than likely we're gonna need Bitcoin to get above 70K. So let's build a thesis around Bitcoin getting above 70K. All right, so Bitcoin currently is at 67K or work its way towards 70K. What's going to really take the top off a coin is if Bitcoin gets above 70K, a lot of the names related to Bitcoin can start to push the upside. CRCL, MSTR, so on and so forth, Coin, Robinhood sometimes has a correlation with Bitcoin as well. Very slight correlation, but that's going to be the main focus. Because we know anytime Bitcoin does take a massive move to the downside, Coinbase does the same thing. So we want to directionally position ourselves. Coin, if this is coin, you want to have it on the same page as Bitcoin. You don't want to take coin long when Bitcoin is going down. First things first, right? Since they're correlated. All right, correlation does not equal, of course, causation, but in this case, in the market, we know things move in sympathy and there's proxies. So more than likely, Bitcoin moves, coin moves. Is it going to be to the same extent? But the net move of Bitcoin needs to be higher. That will help coin move. If the net move of Bitcoin from this point on is south, that's only going to set up a trap for coin back to downside. So first things first, if we want that big move on coin, Bitcoin needs to get above 70K. If we want smaller moves, reclaims, let's see if Bitcoin can plant a flag above this 50% retrace, above that 68,100 and 68,300. Okay, see if you can start to plant a flag, plant some seeds, and try to push above here, then get above 70K. All right, for that breakaway. If it can do that, more than likely, coin has that nice push. So as far as coin is concerned on the weekly, okay, so say in the case coin does come into that Bitcoin starts to work, coin is sitting right at support. All right, so whether we like it or not, from a technical standpoint, coin is right at support. The weekly, the reversal is on so far on coin. So if you took the reversal on coin on the weekly, if you're in the position already, right, the reversal is on. Barring that this weekly candle takes out this weekly candle's low, the reversal is on the weekly. So now the fact that if Bitcoin can start to wake up, that's going to add fuel to this reversal, to the upside. All right, so that's on the weekly. So the weekly reversal is on schedule. As far as the daily is concerned, the daily, again, what are we reversing? We have a lot of things to reverse. Okay, we're talking about the Bitcoin here, coin all the way back here. Okay, below that 300. So you're not looking to reverse this entire move. Unless you're taking leaps, you're not even paying attention to up here. You're just taking it piece by piece. Okay, can we at least hold above this and hold above that 9 EMA? And Bitcoin starts waking up. And now you're saying, hey, you know what? I want this window to open up. I want this window from here to here to open up. Where's the next level of resistance? All right, maybe from here to here. Take it piece by piece. So coin sitting right at the support. Nice breakout on Bitcoin will help the case. Okay, so if Bitcoin overnight or Bitcoin this week gets above that weekly 50% retrace, starts to push above at 68,300. Okay, 68,300. Work its way to 70K. Gets to 70K, decisively gets above 70K, and takes out the weekly upside breaker within this week. All of a sudden, Bitcoin goes engulfing on the weekly. Or becomes direction on the weekly, not engulfing. It becomes direction on the weekly, getting above prior week's highs. That's going to be good news for Coinbase. That's what Coinbase needs now. All right, so it's showing some signs of life, reversing on the weekly. Sitting right at that support. All right, nice little hammer. See if you get the continued push. The last time Coinbase came to that 200 EMA, it held. Prior to that, we don't even have history. Coin doesn't have enough history going back to even have enough candles to make up a 200 EMA on the weekly. Is it clearly trending to the downside? Obviously, but this is a reversal back to the upside. Potential setup there. Okay, so that's Coinbase. So keep a close eye on Bitcoin, how it works its way into that 70K. That's going to give you the tell. That's going to help. Okay. That answer your question? Good.
Bell Overtime, 4 p.m. Eastern, CNBC.
CNBC changed their logo. Now we're just chopping around the late day chop. We have power hour 15 minutes away. Power hour 15 minutes away. $80 likes, we'll do another giveaway. 80 likes, we'll do another giveaway. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. So some names to pay attention to, of course, Amazon. Amazon is on high watch. IWM going to tomorrow. I'll go through the list and make that all available in the Discord, guys, for the strikers. But if this is a legit push, on SPY, we start to go back the upside, right? Things can look very appealing because now look at that daily candle. That daily candle is getting close to an engulfing candle. That daily candle is getting close to that engulfing candle. If it's within striking distance of 685 and 685.71 yearly open, by the time we jump into power hour, all right, all the bulls need is a chance. All they need is a chance. Look how close they are to flipping the year back to green. All right, so they're just looking to take advantage. If they want to take full advantage, you got to get it above 685.71. 685.71.
Selling at the money call credit spreads about $4 wide the day before earnings, which would be tomorrow. That's how I can capitalize on IV crush over the earnings event.
All right, so the implied volatility in that crush, that kind of narrowing as it gets towards the event details there. What exactly are the trades that you would engage in? What kind of a spread would you use here?
So, I like selling the 128 call credit spread. You could also do a bearish butterfly, trading it down into the $120 strike price for this week's expiration series.
All right, so you're looking to sell some of those credit call spreads there for Walmart downside. Danielle, thank you very much for the view on Walmart. Brian, I'll send things back over to you.
Dominic Chu, thank you very much. All right, coming up, is the housing industry having a Toyota moment in a good way? We'll talk about exactly that next.
Okay. Do we get a power hour rally? Power hour rally into 685. What do we think, guys? What are we thinking? Power hour 10 minutes away. 80 likes. We'll do another giveaway. And then we'll see if we can take this into 3:30. Of course, 4 o'clock, hard stop. Kiddos come home. Wow. What a way to kick off the week. What a way to kick off the week. Okay. See you get that push. Waves are waving, right? Waves are still waving. We're still trending to the upside. We can see we're kind of at the top of that channel, or we can be at some level of exhaustion. For us to go engulfing, it's right there. That green box up there, right? We said as long as we hold above here, there's a good chance that takes place. That's exactly what's taking place. So what the bears need to do is to make a comeback. If they want to make a comeback, they need to drive price somehow, some way, back below here, back below that daily open. Can they use this channel's breakdown to make that happen? Can they use this channel's breakdown to make that happen? Okay. So if you think of patterns, this is this pattern here. Anyone recognize this pattern? Okay. Uptrend pattern, right? Trending higher, but tightening range. Tightening range between support and resistance. Tightening range. So now we took out those highs, took out prior shifts highs. We have prior shifts lows all the way down here. We have the level of where we had that breakout here. That zone. We have the 50% retrace and that prior day close all the way down here. So this is going to be the key level that's going to matter. So the bulls did their job. They did the heavy lifting. Of course, if they can get it above 685.71, that'd be great. That's more of a victory. If they can get into 686.25, that is an engulfing candle on the daily. Right? As long as they can keep it above 681.89, right? That daily candle is going to lean towards being a hammer. Okay? That's all they need. They just need a hammer on the daily off that EMA. So no trades outside of that last auto trade. Okay, let's do another giveaway, guys. 80 likes is the goal. 80 likes is the goal. Giveaway winners, make sure to send me a message in the free Discord. We had over 600 people stop by today. Sending wedge. Absolutely. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to take a quick break. Give me 1 second.
I believe it is. Again, the reduction of G fees, or what are the fees that are paid to Fannie and Freddie Mae and Freddie Mac for securing the loans and guaranteeing the loans, is about 60 basis points added to an average rate. I think that could easily, move the needle in terms of buyer interest. Now, it goes in contrast with some of the government constituents' view that they want to take Fannie and Mae and Freddie Mac public. I think that'd be difficult to do, but maybe after the midterms, that's something that they could consider.
Yeah, and you look at also deals. So this is a little bit weird, but you know this. So Tri Pointe Homes, kind of a mid-sized builder here in the United States.
Yeah.
Last week, kind of quietly got bought by Sumitomo Forestry, which is a Japanese builder. Obviously, one of these Japanese, it's got a lot of vertical scale, forestry, home building, et cetera. Was this a one-off? Or do you expect I know it's a weird question, the Japanese to come in and buy more U.S. home builders? They've got the currency to do it because the Nikkei 225 is at a super record high.
Yeah. So for context, since 2013, there's been about 30 different construction-related companies in the U.S. purchased by the Japanese. I would say what's most interesting about this Sumitomo deal with Tri Pointe and Sekisui, which happened in 2014, their purchase of MDC, is I think it goes much deeper than just trying to diversify outside of Japan and get into a good market in the U.S. here that's underbuilt and so forth. We called this most recent.
All right, back. 4 minutes away from Power Hour. 4 minutes away from Power Hour. 4 minutes away. Okay. So Power Hour, any Power Hour traders? Any Power Hour traders so far? Okay, 75% green in the chat. Okay. VIX starting to wake up slightly. Pulling back into the waves. Where's IW? IW is a runaway train. IW is starting to bounce here as well. IW. IWM is going to be on high watch tomorrow. IWM will be on high watch tomorrow. On high watch tomorrow. Okay, we're seeing some sellers stepping in. VIX trying to work its way back above 20. So if the VIX can work its way back above 20, that opens up the door for these sellers. And now this area comes up for a test. That yellow zone, that yellow box. Okay. 2 minutes away from Power Hour. We still have a bunch of names for the giveaway, guys, so let's get 80 likes. Do another giveaway. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Level up your trade and join our community. We are live trading SPY here. You're looking at SPY in the 1 minute time frame. 5 minute time frame here, 15 minute time frame here, 1 minute time, 1 hour time frame, and the VIX here. Okay, see we can come in that zone. Putting some pressure on that. The EMAs on the 5. Qs are back at that 15-minute orb high. If you still pay attention to that level throughout the day, they're right there. So now, as the VIX is waking up, if you can get back above 20, we start to put some pressure. Of course, these highs here and this support. Okay, those highs there and that support. If those highs here, these previous highs here don't hold up and that support fails, that opens the door for that breakdown of this pattern. So in that case, what do we need? More than likely, the VIX above 20. Synchronized selling across the board. So the push to the upside is still intact. Still intact. Until we break structure or break trend. Yeah, the Middle East instability, guys, be on the lookout for that. We're seeing a lot of things going on in the Middle East. Okay, so just got some news. Over 50 U.S. fighter jets, including F-35s, F-22s, and F-16s, have been sent to the Middle East within the last 24 hours. All right, so just be on the lookout for any geopolitical catalyst. And of course, the USS Gerald R. Ford has been deployed to the Middle East. Some early reports has not fully been confirmed. So that's something that's going to be looming. That's going to be looming this week. That could be a potential catalyst. Those geopolitical catalysts have not had tremendous impacts on the market so far. We do get those pullbacks, nothing too major. The ones that do have a direct impact are the trade-related catalyst. All right, but that's something we want to be aware of going into this week. Keep a close eye on that news feed. As it pertains to Middle East activity. All right, we're in Power Hour. We're officially in Power Hour. Okay, Trump said U.S. citizens should get out of Iran. Yes, it's a tough situation. Okay, so does this hold or fold? Hold, meaning we bounce, or fold? Okay, this is this is closely tied. It's close to tied to the support of that channel. All right. So does this hold or fold? Hold meaning we bounce. Fold meaning we slice and dice through it. And we start working our way back to downside. Anyone joining us from the Middle East by any chance? Okay, we got one vote for fold. So that's where the next IT opportunity is going to be tied to, this zone here. Prior support, prior resistance turn support. Does it remain support or does it return to back where it was, which was resistance. Just return to back what it was. See what takes place here. We're in power hour, guys. So power hour, those contracts, those 0DT contracts are losing value at an exponential rate. Think of this as just lotto. More of lotto hour. Extra lotto hour. We did our job for today. We did it early. We usually don't go this long, guys. We usually go until 11:30 or 12 o'clock. And we usually go this long if we have FOMC or a catalyst. The main thing is the longer we go, it's very important that you don't overtrade and give back profit. Having the ability to pay attention to price without clicking buttons. Okay. Bulls did their job. They just need to hold above this, guys. If they get a hold above this, they did their job. Icing on the cake if they can drive it to 685.71. Now the bears need to try to push this back below 681.89 and flip this candle to a doji. So far, it's a hammer. Look, you see? So if the bears can try to push this thing back lower near that daily open, it turns into a doji. More of indecision rather than a hammer, which signals that there's buyers stepping out of those lows, and the buyers that are stepping out of those lows have enough force to really push it back above the open and back near the highs of the day. So this last 53 minutes, 52 minutes are going to be critical. It's going to be critical here. $80 likes, guys. 80 likes will do one last giveaway. 5 likes away. 80 likes, we will do another giveaway. We'll give it until 3:30. We'll probably just wrap up at 3:30. Okay? Long day. So pace yourself for the rest of the week. It is a short week. We will be going live every single day at 9:30. So make sure to tune in early. All right. Coming to that territory. So this hold fold area is right here, guys. So going back to that pattern that we discussed. If it holds, right, then it's just another higher low, which is welcomed. If it breaks, it's not a higher low, but it's starting to break structure. Now that break can maybe potentially lead to the higher low forming here. But for us to shift this entire trend, we're going to have to take out some of these lows down here. So understand the difference between the structure and the trend. Okay, understand the distinct difference between the two. We had over 700 people tuning in today. So again, guys, thank you for tuning in today. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. You might think you're subscribing, but you're probably not. So make sure to check to see if you are. 5 more likes, we'll do one more giveaway. We'll go until 3:30 and then wrap up. If you have any tickers, we can cover some tickers in the meantime. I did give out some names to pay attention to going to tomorrow. Keep a close eye on Amazon. Keep a close eye on XLY, the entire sector. Keep a close eye on IWM as well. Okay. So the way things unfold here in the last 50 minutes will be critical. So the Bulls don't need to blow the lead. All right. It will be a tie game if we get back to here. Okay. It will be a magnet day, if you recall the magnet day, if we get back to here. That's where the magnet is. So the Bulls can't give up the lead. All right, they need every lead they can get. Do you think PayPal has hit the bottom? Let's see. Ticker symbol PYPL. Ooh, PayPal earnings. Take a look at the earnings, right? Earnings report to do your fundamental due diligence. Okay, so from a technical standpoint, again, this is assuming that all the fundamentals check out. All right, so you're gonna have to do your fundamental due diligence. Diverging there on PayPal. Of course, the first order of business is this 9 EMA right there. When we kind of zoom out, right? When in doubt, zoom out. Let's get the broader picture on PayPal. Where is PayPal? So PayPal on the weekly. All right, we were looking for that breakdown on PayPal all the way here. So PayPal, right, this is not good, right? So this is all the way back at 2017. So think of it like this. The way I like to picture this is, say you put $10,000 into PayPal, all right? $10,000 into PayPal into 2017. You wake up today, and your $10,000 is underwater, or relatively close to where it started, not taking into account inflation. Granted, it did run up, as opposed to $10,000 in the S&P. So PayPal, if the fundamentals check out and you like PayPal, PayPal is at 2015 highs. Okay? Below 2015 highs, which is 42. Okay, so it's almost going to its all-time low. All-time low is 29.93. Okay. So PayPal, first order of business, is at 40 psychological level. Let's just go to 40 psychological level. Can that 40 psychological level even just hold? All right there. So some of those highs we saw in 2015, 2016. Okay, some of those highs there. Did experience a massive breakdown there on PayPal. So if PayPal is going to start to reverse, at least take out this weekly candles high. Assuming that the fundamentals check out. Because with names that are going in this direction, generally, right, you just want to let them die. Right? I mean, that's just a fact. Right? You want to take advantage of names that are going up and into the right and pull them back. And if they do have some pullbacks, major pullbacks, they're quickly recovered. All right, so PayPal is underwater. Basically evaporated all the gains from 9 years ago. So 2017 gains gone, 18 gains gone, 19 gains gone, 2020 gains. All those gains are underwater. So technical standpoint, if you come to the conclusion that, hey, you know what, there's a great value add, dip buy, fundamentals check out, 40 holds, there's a price action combination that could lead us back to the upside on PayPal above that 42.35. But technically, your fundamental due diligence will be critical here. Because on the yearly, PayPal cannot seem to catch a break here, guys. We talked about PayPal in 2025, if you were tuning in. We said if PayPal breaks below 56 territory, things can get ugly. This is the yearly candles on PayPal. So PayPal saw its heyday, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. It has never recovered from the 2021 drop. 2022 continued. 2023 continued. 2024 showed some signs of life. 2025 went inside. 2026, it continues to drop. Okay, so PayPal, if you're looking for that reversal, again, 40 psychological level. See if you get a break of that weekly upside breaker, and that would be early signs of reversal, right? So see if you get that nice little break above that 43.35. Right, so that bounce, again, fundamentals have to check out. Do your due diligence on the technicals. That gets us at least back into the jaws of this gap. Right, so PayPal has a lot of work to do. So yeah, I mean, PayPal, the question you posed was, you think PayPal hit its bottom? Possibly. All right. Right, as far as, I'll just see this as a dead cat bounce. It is a dead cat bounce. Sometimes dead cat bounces just equate to this. Okay, most dead cat bounces equate to this. You get that drop, dead cat bounce, and then you drop. You get that continued break. There's a dead cat bounce. Sometimes you get that drop, you get a dead cat bounce, and you start to go. All right. So PayPal, fundamentals have to check out, do your due diligence, but it is in a technical area where it can start to see some sign of potential reversal. Okay. Any other names? $80 likes, guys. 80 likes by 3:30. We'll do one more giveaway. Okay, we're bouncing right there off the hold and fold. We need that breakdown below the 20 on the VIX. That can help.
Being affected by all of this on their bingo card, 2 months ago, and then we're on to the next sector, and then we're on to the next. We start asking ourselves questions. Well, maybe we need to actually sit back and see what happens before we can declare an all clear in almost any segment of the market.
Yeah, and look, and you and Dan, that was a great conversation. I think the hits on it, to me, it's like if there's 7,500 deals that we're tracking, and some of those deals start to maybe pause, get downsized on the enterprise, AI deployment, salespeople start to get let go. Then that's one where it's like, okay, maybe we're missing something. There's something happening structurally that's not giving us the confidence. But that's not happening. It's the opposite. And that's why all the work that we're going to do, I get what these stocks are telling you, but to me, it's like our career has been built in times like this, not when stocks going up and to the right.
I hear you, and I appreciate you coming to discuss.
Great
Dan Ives of Wedbush joining us. Let's bring in our panel now. CNBC contributor Requisite Capital's Bryn Talkington, Truist Keith Lerner, Dan Greenhouse, of course, is still with us. Bryn, you first. I'll have you just look towards what's been happening with cyber. It's very, very popular trade on our shows among investors like yourself. What is going on here?
Well, I mean, right now, earnings and margins don't matter. It's all about sentiment. And I think that the one area where I'm actually quite certain you're not going to see disruption is...
Down go the Qs. Qs are back below 602.20. Qs are starting to sell off here. See if they wick on the 5. The Dow's starting to see some selling pressure here. IW starting to see some selling pressure as well. Headed back towards PMH 253.06. 253.06. Okay, there goes SPY. Now we need that hold above that 20 on the VIX. And now this 5-minute. Okay. There we go. Now we're putting some pressure on that pattern. Who said fold in the chat? I believe a couple of people said fold. Yeah, shout out to Brad. So let's see if we can fold. Declaration of a fold would be get below 683, continue to push back the downside. So we're almost in the clear. All right, we're still not out of the range. See if we can get below it and start to go. Engulfing, bearish engulfing candle on the 5 here on the Qs, on SPY, on IWM. Okay, let's see. Get that break. All right, starting to fold here. We're above that 20, starting to rock and roll. Bulls, don't blow it. Okay. 30 minutes away, guys. Should we take this thing to the close? Let's get some votes. Take it to the close. I wasn't planning on going to the close, but if the demand is there, we'll meet the demand. What do we think, strikers? What do we think, folks on YouTube? All right, see if you get that nice close below it. Continue to push. Pivotal point. Like how the VIX is positioned. See if I can look for some maybe last minute lottos for power hour. If I was looking to trade all day, maybe I would have paced myself. Right, but I wasn't really looking to trade, so maybe some last minute lottos below that break. Keep in mind this is super high risk endeavor. I want to hold below 683. Hold below 683, and I'll take it to the downside. I want that continued close below it on the 5. I want the VIX to stay above 20. I want the VIX to stay above 20. You're looking for 601.22. 601.22. I want to close below 683. All right, the bulls need to. They might blow the lead here. They're on the verge of blowing the lead. If we get that close below 683, VIX continues to go north. I'm looking at the 682s for lottos. I'll take it right there. 682 puts. Okay. $26 per contract. So I want this to hold now. Okay, there we go. Up 23. TP where you need to. Up 30%. Okay, up 23, 30. TP where you need to, guys. And we need to get past that 682.78. The orb is right there. We need that continued push lower. I want the VIX to continue to push higher. I want it to hold 2050, 2015. So I want these lottos to get all the way down here. Get all the way down here or stop me out up here. Right? If you TP at 2030, that's great. Right, I want to see if this holds because I want to see that I want to get that those lottos to start running. So make or break here. Inside on that 5. So think of it like this. Think of it like that. Make or break. Okay. The arrow leads directional to the downside as well. There we go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. If we fall below 682.78 and the Qs fall below 601.08, we can really start to drop. Again, that was a 20-30% opportunity to TP. If you did, great job. Okay, the more time passes, guys, the more those contracts lose value. We need to take out 682.70. Continue to drop. Okay, we need that continued push. Go, 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 go. So last time we're at those lows, we're up 30%. Now it's up 15%. You can see the difference that theta's having. All right, so I need this thing to start going. So it's almost like you have to gradually move your stop. And I just have one contract. So it's not like I have a lot of contracts. There's no way for me to scale out or scale in. It's just one lotto. If I did have more than one contract, then of course I'll look to TP at 30%. Okay, see if I can continue push, close back below 682.78 would be great. If you do have more than one con, make sure to TP. Now I'm going to move this a little bit lower. I want no close. Back above this territory. We need to get above that 682.78. That's really giving us some issues. Which is that orb. Things are starting to speed up. Down goes the Dow. The Qs are starting to bounce off those lows. No close back above here. If we close there, then I'll close out. Okay, I'll be out of there. All right, so gave it a shot. Did see 30. Ended up getting stopped out for 20. 22, some change. All right, can he continue to go? Sure. But I wanted to get some clean follow through and continue to push. Today's just been the shakeouts, shake and bakes. Another shakeout there. gotta be kidding me. But it is lottos, guys. So again, just be very, very careful. My specialty is not trade the last hour with significant size. So there's no real way to scale out. So I know it's hard when you're trading one contract. The ones who do trade one contract, I know it's difficult because it's, do you let it go or do you take profits, right? So there's no way to scale out or let the runners do anything. Maybe I should have just stayed put. No pun intended. So two of the lottos, 2 times. All right. But with the closer we get to 345, the more volatile it becomes. Again, if you took that, tremendous job. If you sat through it, I've been a little impatient today. Patient for the setup, but impatient in the position. There's 2 types of patience, we always say. And you'll take the lottos, $sign if you take the lottos. $sign. All right, let's see if we have 80 likes. We'll do the giveaway, last giveaway, and then we'll look to wrap up. Again, guys, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe if you're a first-time viewer. Welcome aboard. We're live every single day at 9:30 a.m., usually going from 9:30 to 11:30, 12 o'clock. We did decide to go a little longer today to provide maximum value. And there go the lottos. Okay, there they go, guys. So tomorrow I'll look to make that adjustment. Just managing those positions, giving them some time to breathe. All right, so it happened a couple of times today. The last 2 trades were lottos, this one here and right there, but primarily here as well. So look to make that adjustment going to tomorrow. But still, phenomenal day, to say the least. Even if you don't catch the entire move, you still go to win. This already hit target, guys, so just be aware of that. That's that initial first target, already went past target. If you're looking for that continued push, that second target is down here. All right, so that already probably went up 50, 60, 70%. Okay. 50, 60, 70%. Now the bulls are fumbling the lead. If we get back to 681.89, that's tough. Discouraging for the bulls. Encouraging, they bought off the lows. Now that daily candle, right? That daily candle, we're starting to look like a doji. Very similar action to what took place Friday in conclusion by the end of Friday. Okay, so you can see structurally once it broke this area, once it broke structure, that's the signal to go short. If you know this pattern, you know how to play it. Okay, that was basically the idea behind the setup here. The last put idea. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Those are up 100%. They went from 20 to 40. Three likes away, guys. 3 likes. We'll do one more giveaway, and then we'll wrap up. Tomorrow morning, we'll go over all the opportunities. So make sure you jump in the Discord. Make sure you join our Discord. Take advantage of the code TRIAL30. It's only $50. Take advantage. With the code TRIAL, it's under $40. 1 month access to all the courses, access to all the resources you need, the ideas you need. Idea like this will only pay for your membership. All right, so the membership shouldn't be an issue. It's just a matter of if you're ready to commit to the process or not. Okay. So before we wrap up here, put one thing you did well today and one thing you're looking to improve. One thing you did well, one thing you're looking to improve. From my end is there's 2 types of patience. Patience waiting for a setup and patience for the idea playing out. So maybe just letting the idea play out, giving it a little bit of room to breathe will be the best way to take advantage of the ideas. Risk management on point, The setup's been playing out nicely. The only one that didn't work, of course, was here. And of course, stopped out here on that last trade there, that lotto. But ended up playing out nicely over 100%. And we did grab those lows. That's the reason why that's that target. Okay, so now tomorrow's Tuesday. Tomorrow's Wednesday, but we're treating it like a Tuesday. Second day of the week. So shake off the rust. A lot of you did tremendous. It is a short week. All right, so by tomorrow we want to hit our stride, get the fuels today, get the read today, and hit our stride. So, and let's close out the month of February as strong as we can. I believe there's one more week left in February. And there you have it, folks. Yeah, one more week. So after this week, next week that's it. February's done. So we have 12 of these. 2 of the 12 are down. Okay, 10 more to go. Okay, we're taking it week by week, shift by shift, trade by trade, shift by shift, day by day, week by week, and eventually month by month, quarter by quarter, and eventually year by year. All right, we're not at the point where I have a quarter worth of data, but we'll be there shortly. Okay. So the last 15 minutes, last 10 minutes, there's something called the 350 algo. The last 10 minutes, things get very, very volatile. Disappointing. On the bulls end, disappointing. Right, they were able to make up some ground. They were able to build some momentum, pick it up off of that 675.79. All right, pick it up off of there and drive it all the way to 684. And they couldn't hold it last minute. We grabbed those highs. After grabbing those highs, we start to drop. All right, and this was the last idea there. I already hit target. If you want more than that target, all the way here. So now that candle on the daily is leaning towards being a doji. So the bulls blew it. Okay, they blew it last minute. Okay, so now let me go back. You should be able to see this. You should be able to see the bigger picture candle through the lens of the intraday action. Okay, so because in the back of your mind, you know what that equals. So if you get back that daily open, okay, right here, this 50% retrace, when it's in here, it starts to lean towards doji. When it's in there, that candle goes flat on the day back to magnet. Okay, so wow. All right, so the bulls, what they can try to do maybe the last 20 minutes, guys, is try to get a bounce off of here. One last rally back above these highs here. Right, try to keep it as a hammer, but it's really starting to run out of time. So they kind of blew it here. Unless we get some sort of bounce that leads us, that drives us back above this 683.24. Oh, 601.22, beautiful catch. You're probably referring to the cues there, Brad. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Anyone else catch that? Anyone else catch that? We're looking to wrap up here, guys. Thank you for tuning in. 3 more likes. We'll do one more giveaway. Giveaway winners, send me a message in the chat. Yeah, QQQ's out of here. Broad market sell-off. We're seeing the IWM sitting right at the Dow sitting right at VWAP. Sitting right at VWAP. The goal is to get the 3K subs, guys. We need your help to get the 3K subs by the end of the month. We're getting closer, inching closer to that target. We did have close to 750 people stop by today. So there's a good chance that at 60-70% of the people that did stop by are not subscribed. But for those of you who are still hanging out to this time, if you found value, make sure you're subscribed, turn your notifications on, and help us get to 3K by the end of the month. Okay? We're building the channel organically, piece by piece, brick by brick, trade by trade. Tomorrow we pumping. I think we're due for a nice pump up, right? So we're probably going to need a gap up to pump up. So if we do get a gap up, that might be a sign that we pump up. So we grab these shift lows. Why do you have the target here? Because that's the target, right? So we grab these shift lows, all right? Now this is the bulls' time. This is their chance right now. They got to go. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Just got to go. Got to take this window window in time. All right, we have that 350 algo coming up in 9 minutes. And then we'll be closing. So tomorrow we're going to have some great setups, guys. So be on the lookout for the setups during the pre-market prep. We're going to have some great setups for you. I got you, Joy. I got your message, Joy. And look at that. On cue. Grab those shift lows, and now that 350 algo needs to drive us home. Needs to drive us home. So this thing already hit target 1. Got close to target 2. Look at that. That's it. That's the window. That's the window the bulls need. The bulls need here. So this played out. So it grabs those lows, and then now see if we can drive past this hold fold territory and start to really go. Start to really go. So 50%, 52% of the chat thinks we're going to be bullish this week. Again, guys, we have about a couple minutes left. Again, I wasn't anticipating going all day, but hopefully you guys found value. There we go. Let's see if that continue push. Critical juncture. Critical juncture. Look at that. Just like that. On cue. VIX starts to stabilize. We're headed back the other way. That's how quickly the action can change. That's how quickly things can change. Drop of a dime. Comes to the right key level. Can quickly go the other way. Okay, rejecting there. All right, let's see, get that continued push. All right, if we can close right there, close above 681.89, that's a victory. Victory for the Bulls. Weekly open, of course, is all the way down here. That full engulfing on the daily would have been above 686.25, but still able to get that nice little hammer on that daily. Still able to get that hammer on the daily. One more like, guys. One more like will do the giveaway. Last giveaway of the day. If you want to enter the giveaway for the course, put your names in the chat, and then we'll wrap up. All right, so far 3 winners. If you did win, make sure to send me a message before, while we're on stream would be preferable. By the end of the day, send that message. Code word along with your name. I did get 2 of the winners send me messages. I did see your message, 2 of the messages. I'm still waiting for 1. We'll get to 80 likes. We will do another one right here shortly. Okay, from market open all the way to market close. Wall-to-wall coverage. Wall-to-wall coverage. Okay. One like away. And just because you do win the giveaway, don't take the course for granted. We know the saying, right? If you don't pay for it, you don't pay attention, right? If you don't pay for it, you don't pay attention. So act like you paid for the course and really utilize the information, capitalize off the information. 350 algo, here we go. Okay. If you really take the information, apply it, it can really help you build that base understanding for the remainder of your trading career, especially if you're looking at this from the lens of a career, right? That's the fundamental information you need. Okay. 350 algo. Things can get jumpy. At this point, these zeros are worthless. Okay, so at this point, the zeros are worthless, and we made a record, guys. 80 likes. That's a record on the channel for our live stream. Granted, we went all day, but nonetheless, We still have 30 plus people joining us, hanging out all day. And we'll do the giveaway here. So again, giveaway time. Giveaway, if you want to be part of the giveaway, put your name in the chat. We still have the names here. The ones who put their name in the chat earlier. Okay. Okay, so far 80% for the ones who answered the poll question, 80% of our chat was green today. 80% of our team members were green. And most of it is due to the first hour, second hour. For some of them, the first 5 minutes, first 15 minutes. Okay, rejection there. I could have sworn I saw 80 likes. Unless YouTube is just... Now it's at 75. Unless you guys are liking and unliking. If you click it twice, you'll unlike the video. Okay, let's get it done. All right. So, giveaway time. Any new names? Any new names? Okay, that's cool. I'll remember that, Cameron. Just don't forget to join the free tier Discord and send me a message. Okay, I'll wait for your message. All right, thanks for letting me know. Okay, so now, last winner. So we haven't done a giveaway in a long time. We have all these people eligible for the giveaway. What do you win? This, okay. Getting started day trading course. 5 hours of jam-packed information. Okay, going over all the key pillars to get you started. Section 1, what is day trading? Market basics, platforms, tools, initial costs, broker accounts, tools and tools of the trade, navigation, resources, charting, market structure, cycles, support, resistance, supply, demand, chart types, candlesticks, continuations, reversals, trend identification, key levels, zones, chart overlays, indicators, EMAs, VWAP, volume, high probability trades, 3 high probability setups, power of options trading, calls, puts, day trading, Greeks, contracts, contract variables, option chain navigation, contract assessment selection, psychology of trading, emotional control over trading, discipline, growth mind, all this stuff jammed in a 6-hour course, a recording from our first boot camp. Okay, we will have that boot camp coming back. One more boot camp end of the month, so be on the lookout for that. So let's do our last giveaway. Again, send me a message. Maybe some of you who did sign up earlier are not still in the chat. So let me know. If you do win, the sooner we send me that message, the better. If you do see this episode later and if your name was picked, send a message tomorrow latest. All right, last giveaway. The winner is... The did Cam already win or is this a different Cam? I think Cam already won. Okay, this is a different Cam. So Cam with the K. Cam with a K is a winner. Cam with the K is the winner. So Cam with a C won earlier. Cameron, and then now Cam with a K. Cameron and Cam with a K now. Okay? Cam with a C and Cam with a K. What are the odds? So both the Cams won. So send me a message, Cam with a K. Okay. And let's look to wrap up here. Last 4 minutes. Okay. Any questions, guys? Thank you for tuning in. We're going to wrap it up here. Cam with a K, send me a message in the free tier Discord. We'll go over the ways to join our community. We'll see you guys tomorrow. First thing at 9 a.m. in the morning. If you want to be part of our pre-market prep stream, all right, make sure to go to smartactiontrade.com. Join our community. Spy Striker on Apex. You have access to the full Discord. Use the code TRIAL30. Save 25% off your first month. If you're looking to lock in for the year, one payment, 12-month access, and you get a couple of bonuses. All right. Any questions, guys? If not, we're gonna wrap it up here. Tomorrow, what do we have on schedule tomorrow? What do we have? Do we have any red folder catalyst tomorrow? We have orange folder catalyst. But outside of that, that's pretty much it. Okay. Any questions? If not, guys, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 9 a.m. God bless each one of you. Stay safe. 9:30 a.m. for the folks tuning on YouTube. And stay safe.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a Spy Striker today, and take your trading to the next level. Tired of waiting?